I think IT, are we ready? Did I hear an okay there too?
Yes.
Okay, great. With that, we will call the meeting to order. Welcome. I'd like to call the March 18th, 2021 regular meeting of the Encinitas Planning Commission to order at 6:01. Thank you. Let's see, please turn off your cell phones or set them to vibrate. And also if you could mute your microphone unless you're speaking. Agendas for this meeting are available online. First, let the roll call, let the record reflect that 4 of the planning commissioners are present with Commissioner Flicker absent but expected shortly.
She's actually on.
Oh, there she is. Then let the record reflect that all five of the planning commissioners are present.
Excellent.
Next item is Pledge of Allegiance. So we began our meetings with the Pledge of Allegiance, and ready, begin. I pledge allegiance, to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We continue with special arrangements for tonight's Planning Commission meeting due to COVID-19 pandemic pursuant to the California Executive Order N-29-20 and the amended County Health Order dated March 18th, 2020, which limits gatherings to no more than 10 people. Members of the public will only be allowed to participate in meetings electronically. Tonight's meeting can be accessed and watched at the city's live webcast feed at https://encinitas.gov/agendas-webcasts, plural. Normally, the Planning Commission is also available for viewing on Channel 19 of Cox Communication and Channel 24 of Time Warner Cable, and also Channel 99 of ATT Universe. Unfortunately, again tonight, Cox, Spectrum, and ATT Universe are unavailable due to the renovations at City Hall. Public comments must be submitted via email. Tonight's agenda describes the process in detail, but I will summarize it. Written public comments to the Planning Commission must be submitted via email by 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting and will be forwarded to the Planning Commission. Oral public comments during the meeting, including oral communications, consent calendar, or regular items, you must register by 2 p.m. on the day of the meeting to join the electronic meeting. Members of the public speaking to the commission will not be shown on video. They will be able to watch and listen, and to speak when called upon. Each speaker may address the commission for up to 3 minutes or in accordance with the time period established by the chair. The next item is oral communications. We start each meeting with oral communications where anyone wishing to speak on a topic not on tonight's agenda may request to do so by following the process as previously described. Dina, do we have any oral communications?
Yes, we do have one this evening, and that would be Gerald Kessler.
Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm still fired up about the Staver project and nothing's changed. And I just want to know what is going on with that, why they are going to tear down those Torrey Pines groves, and why they're going to tear the historical house down, and the flooding, that drainage hydrology report that they sent over on the original plans is bogus. And we've already talked to several people about it. And I want this to stop. I want to have some kind of notification when this is going on. And how does that even get approved? Somebody slamming 31 homes on that narrow street. Again, upset about it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. And we cannot address anything in oral communications, but staff, has anybody reached out to Gerald just to help pass information? We can't discuss it, but.
Yes, Ms. Kessler, if you could provide your contact info to Dina Gay, our clerk, and we will connect you with the staff that's working on this project to provide you more information.
Yeah, he sent Jay DeSoto has sent emails, but they're very vague. And I just wanted to let you know the water situation that they have shown in the plans is bogus. So I'm letting you know. And the wildlife they're in violation of a endangered species thing too, that I've checked into. So just letting you know that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item are changes to the agenda. Are there any changes to the published agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
I just want to make one clarification on item 6A. The applicant that's listed is incorrect. The correct applicant for that item is F Street Project LLC instead of Summit Estates Development LLC.
okay. And is this the time if we wanted to move the item 8B to the consent calendar, would this be the time to propose it?
Yes.
Because I would propose doing that unless, we obviously will not do it if any of the commissioners or the public wishes to pull it, but I think it's a very good project, and I mean, it'd be great to show it off and talk about it more, but we got a big item I'd like to get to, and maybe it's
I would also support moving this to this consent calendar. It's a wonderful project. I mean, there's nothing bad to say about the Rancho Coastal Humane Society. And we could make you wait till 10 and then maybe not get to it. But I think it'd be better to, unless somebody has some issues with what's here. But
yeah, but so what do the other commissioners think? If you have something you want to discuss about it, absolutely, we'll do the hearing.
And we have no public speakers, just to let you know.
Okay.
I would agree with moving it to consent calendar.
Susan and Amy, any objections?
I had to unmute. Just one thought about it is about the reduction of the buffer, the wetland buffer. Will there be anything built in that reduced area? Any structures?
I think that's in the report is no, but
No.
yeah. So
I guess that would be for staff.
Yes, the buffered area will be preserved in an open space where it's no permanent structure will be permitted in that area.
In that case, I'm in favor of moving it to consent calendar as well.
And Amy, I haven't heard from you, or we lost your video. But I think I would move, we move it and consider it with the consent calendar. So without anybody pulling it, unless Amy pulls it in the next minute or so, then let's add it to the consent calendar.
Have you made the motion?
I don't, do I need to make a motion to do that? What I think
I'll make a motion that we move this item to the consent calendar this evening.
I'll second
the motion.
Okay, call the question. Dina?
Yes, just.
Oh,
one
sorry.
second.
Yeah,
No,
you're
it's
doing your typing. I forgot.
I have a bunch of buttons to click. All right, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker, Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Okay, the vote passes 4 with Flicker being absent, I guess.
I just heard my name.
Okay, we have moved.
I'm right here, honey.
We have decided to move the Rancho Coastal item, which was 8B, to the consent calendar, and we're taking the vote right now. Did you have any objections to moving it to consent?
No, I actually heard, I'm so sorry. No.
Okay, so the vote does pass unanimously.
Okay, great.
I'll make a second motion that we move the consent calendar.
Okay. I'll skip the speech and wait, I should read the.
Oh, you did the speech. I'm sorry. I'm jumping
I
ahead.
should read the items into the record just to be sure, just so everybody's clear on what's on the consent calendar, especially in these days of Zoom meetings where we want to be really crystal clear. Let's see, first up is the consent calendar, and these are non-controversial in nature. All items in the consent calendar are typically voted on collectively in a single motion. However, if a member of the public or a commissioner requests to have it heard, we will hear it. And then any items removed from the consent calendar, which tonight there are none, will be heard of individually afterwards. Now on tonight's consent calendar, we have two items. First one is item 6A, which is the tentative parcel map 2940-2019 F Street Project LLC. And that is case number multi 294-2019. This item is to a public hearing to consider approval of the recordation of the parcel map, and the project is located at 66, 76, and 84 East F Street in Old Encinitas. The second item is item 8B, and that is the Rancho Coastal Humane Society remodel, which is case number multi 002734-2016. This item is a public hearing to consider a major use permit modification, design review permit, and coastal development permit to demolish 4 existing buildings, construct 4 new buildings, and in addition to an existing office with associated site improvements, and a request for a wildlife buffer reduction of 25 feet. The application also includes a request to use a temporary construction trailer. This project is located at 385- and 389 Requesa Street in Old Encinitas. Let's see. So we already talked about, can I have a motion? Now you can go, Kevin.
All right. Yeah, I do have the motion made by Commissioner Doyle.
And I'll second it if nobody else has.
It looks like Commissioner Dalton.
Perfect.
Got it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And let's call a question.
All right. Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Clifford,
Aye.
Commissioner Sharon.
Aye.
All right, and Commissioner Dalton. And the vote passes unanimously.
Congratulations. It is a great project. I think I speak for everybody up here. So
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
those all of us that have had or have Rancho Coastal dogs at home. So
That's great. Excellent. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do.
okay, moving right along to the regular agenda. We have now on the regular agenda one item. On tonight's regular agenda, it is item 8A, the inclusionary housing ordinance and in lieu fee, which is policy 004342-2021. This is a continued public hearing to consider amending chapter 30.41, the affordable housing chapter of the Encinitas Municipal Code to change the city's inclusionary housing regulations to increase the inclusionary housing percentage requirements to better address the need for affordable units for all residential developments, and to consider an in lieu fee as an alternative method of compliance and a new affordable housing impact fee for residential care facilities. Are there any disclosures? Sounds like none. We begin with a staff report presented by Principal Planner Jennifer Gates.
Good evening, Principal Planner Jennifer Gates. I am going to start this PowerPoint. All right, well, thank you very much. So tonight we are picking up where we left off on our conversation and on February 18th, 2021. So on that date, the Planning Commission meeting, we discussed and started going through the inclusionary ordinance as presented and had discussion, and additional items were requested by the Planning Commission that I'm going to focus on tonight during our presentation. At the meeting, Planning Commission also, they have requested following items that you see on the slide, including the further analysis of the application of in lieu fees, revisiting the mixed use development prototype, as well as the inclusionary requirements for other jurisdictions. So to start with, I wanted to talk about the in lieu fees. So the KMA Nexus analysis does look at the need for affordable housing to house additional lower compensation workers created by new market rate households and the cost of mitigating that increased affordable housing need. The study did not specifically analyze the impact of additions to the existing single family homes. However, the findings are expressed on a per square foot basis, and they could be used to support a fee that applies to a new net square footage. If the Planning Commission does recommend including additions and any net increase in square footage when units are reconstructed or replaced, staff is currently proposing to apply that in lieu fee for additions of 500 square feet or greater. So that is after that first 500 square feet, it's that additional square footage that is being added to that home. So that net increase is going to be charged that fee. And this is consistent with the affordable housing ordinance that we saw in Union City, which was provided to us as an example. The in lieu fee will be set by City Council, but staff will be recommending the $20 per square feet, which is also recommended in our Nexus study. It is recommended that for residential projects of 6 or fewer units, that affordable housing fee be applied based on a sliding scale in order to enhance that project feasibility. So as requested by Planning Commission, staff did prepare a table to show the application of in lieu fees for different project scenarios, including additions. And the project scenarios range from an addition to a single family home to a new 7-unit subdivision. And currently staff is proposing to apply that in lieu fee only to projects with 6 or fewer new units. And projects with 7 or more new units would be required to build the units on site unless they meet additional criteria. Staff was unable to find recently approved project examples of the 4 to 7 unit subdivision type. So a square footage was used based on a current density bonus project that's under construction. And so I wanted to provide that example. So the total fee is the square footage of the proposed project times the proposed fee, which depending on the number of units will determine that percentage of $20 per square foot. For in this example that I'm showing you, we're talking about 1 unit. And so that sliding scale is 14%, which is $2.80 of the $20. And so this is an example showing you how that would be applied. So if a house was to be demolished and a new house was constructed that was larger, how would that math work? And so this was showing how that proposed new square footage, subtracting the existing square footage of the existing house, and also those first 499 square feet. And so that would be the total fee. And then the second example is a new single family that's on a vacant lot. Also at the February 18th meeting, Planning Commission had raised questions about the mixed use prototype with the rounded up fractional unit. So KMA did reanalyze the table with the fraction unit and its implications on the feasibility of the increased inclusionary requirement. And KMA concluded that while the unrounded approach would result in an increased feasibility outcome, which is displayed here on the screen, for this mixed use prototype, the recommendation would remain unchanged because the majority of the prototypes as ranked in yellow or red. Their findings are in the attachment PC3 that they provided. In addition, staff was asked to provide the inclusionary requirements for in lieu fees for other jurisdictions within San Diego County. And then also the city of San Clemente was brought up at the last meeting. And that was provided in attachment PC4. And as you saw, there's a variety of inclusionary ordinances throughout our region. And they, apply differently to different development types, different sizes. In some case, they have a different requirement for a for sale product versus a rental product. The inclusionary requirements are ranging from 10 to 20%, some with mixed levels of affordability built in. And then also the in lieu fees were also looked at, and some of these were applied on a per market rate unit count. So if you did 7 units, that amount would be charged times 7. Or it would be on a per new lot or a per square foot basis. And then the fee options sometimes were applicable to all projects, or maybe there were only specific project types that in lieu fee would actually be applied to. And staff did also look at the jurisdictions that were discussed at the last meeting for Corte Madera, Capitola, San Clemente, and Los Gatos. And staff found that all the 4 cities provide for a larger requirement of the affordable units within what's called an affordable housing overlay district. And affordable housing overlay districts are placed over a base zoning designation and are sometimes optional to encourage the development of affordable housing. And like I said, there are specific geographic areas, and I wanted to show an example that was provided in the memo. And to kind of go through these different types. Corte Madera has the most varied types of overlays that I have ever seen. And was very interesting to learn more about. And so looking through, this information, you can see that Corte Madera does have an inclusionary ordinance, and that's applied to all residential development, but it's not applied to the overlays. And so these are what the affordability requirements are based on the type of development or the number of units, and then when an in lieu fee would be permitted. In all cases, the affordability period was provided for 55 years. This is one example. They had multiple, and I'm going to show another slide with another type of overlay. So in this case, this is the affordable housing exclusive overlay. And this is where they are providing 50% a total affordability. And so you can see the breakdown as far as moderate income households, low income, as well as very low income, and what percentage requirements there were. They did build in flexibility into the code to allow planning commission or council to make exceptions and modifications. And then also in these ordinances, you can see where the specific development standards in some cases, what the density would be allowed within those overlay areas, and also some built-in additional information. In some cases, they have identified that the city could contribute different incentives in addition to what was already identified for like specific development standards. And this is another example for a mixed use overlay that they did, which was specific to a specific area of town that had a mix of uses, or a commercial rather. It was like a C1 zone, and then they applied residential to that area. And if they build this, then there were specific development standards, including that density that would allow a mixed use scenario. And then lastly, Old Town, their Old Town area, their square. They also have a specific allowances for affordable housing, which they say is affordable housing optional overlay. And you can see there's actually 100% total affordable housing allowed. So it'd be moderate at 50%, and then low income at 20, and then very low at 30. This also had specific design standards for that area. And I just wanted to show you also, I had provided links to maps. And so this is, when I looked up The map I provided you had the underlying zoning as well, and I realized just how distracting that could be and hard to find the actual overlays. And so this is one where I found the actual overlays by themselves. And just for an example, there's an area right in this area. This is that mixed use. This is their town square area. So this was just an example of showing how it's a specific geographic area. And so there was the 4 examples that were provided within the memo of those cities. So tonight we're going to continue our discussion, and if Planning Commission does recommend approval with recommendations, then the City Council hearing would probably be in May of this year, and then following that, submittal to the Coastal Commission. And so with that, staff's recommendation is to adopt the resolution for Planning Commission, including recommendations to the City Council to adopt the ordinance 2021-02. And that concludes staff's presentation, and Barbara Kautz, as well as Paul Mara with KMA, Barbara Kautz with Special Counsel, and Paul Mara with KMA are available, as well as staff, to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for clarification from staff? I see Amy. Yep.
I'm so sorry. And I know I'm not good about lowering my hand and raising my hand. I'm so sorry about that. The quick question I have is, can somebody just talk to me a little bit about what the affordability period of 55 years, where do they get that from? How do they, what's the equation for that?
So it depends. So for us at the city in Encinitas, we have our inclusionary requirement is actually in perpetuity. And then the density bonus units, their affordable requirements are for 55 years. And so we deed restrict the property. And from the time that it gets a certificate of occupancy plus 55 years. So at the end of those 55 years, the term of that affordability is up, and it can be sold at a market rate or rented at market rate.
Okay,
And
so that's, oh, sorry.
I was gonna say the 55 years, is that statutory in the density bonus law?
Yeah.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. Yep. Okay.
But the city can, if the developer wants to have them be eligible for both the city's inclusionary requirements and density bonus, the city can require them to be affordable in perpetuity.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
the
if-
ones
if
that
they-
qualify, the ones that we've identified for inclusionary, we make for in perpetuity.
Right.
And so if there's any extra, then
Right,
those would be
the
the 55
extras are,
years.
right. One other place the 55 years comes from for rentals is that's the term of tax credits.
Oh, okay.
Ah, okay. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you, guys.
Bruce?
Oh, Steve.
Is the length of the set aside in question tonight 55 years versus forever? Or is that's already the ordinance passed by the city council?
So in 2018 is when the ordinance passed that set it in perpetuity for inclusionary.
So that's not our discussion tonight, is whether to change that or not.
It was not noticed to look at perpetuity or requested in the past. It was to look at the specific inclusionary requirements, the percentages.
Thank you.
But the subject tonight is inclusionary, and we could make a recommendation if we chose to do so. It's right. There's nothing, it's noticed enough that it's within the realm of the discussion topic tonight.
Yes, and Chair, thank you for bringing that up. That's kind of a little bit of where I was going, so thank you for that.
So, okay, any other questions? Is that Kevin, a hand up there? Pen up? Okay. Kevin.
Jennifer, I seems to me I've asked this question about 3 times, and I get the answer, but then it's still not clear to me again. I'm looking at the chart on, say, page 45 of our staff report. It's green and it's yellow and it's red, and it feels very opaque. I mean, I see the numbers, but what's the difference? How do we decide at what point green turns yellow and what point yellow turns red. It just feels a little too simplistic. It's a very complicated thing, and I don't want to make a decision based on such a simple chart. Can you just like looking at you know, the small lot RS11, which starts out at 45 per square foot and then goes 41, and then all of a sudden it's 32.23 and it's red. You know, or else we take the single large lot, the first line where we go from green to yellow. What triggers the drop from yellow? It's not clear what green means and what yellow means.
I'm gonna ask Paul Mara to respond. I remember it having to do with the period of time in which they could see, or I'm sorry, I'm gonna let him respond on that
Yeah,
one.
that's
It was a
fair enough. I saw him
5%, I just remember
scrambling
that
those
word.
papers.
And just for clarity, Kevin, what page were you talking about?
I'm looking at page 45.
45.
Commissioner, do you have a page reference?
Let me see. For you, that would be page 3 on your report.
Yeah.
Paul.
The feasibility report, right?
Table 3.3,
Table-
correct?
3.3.
Okay.
We've got the draft report, and then we have the adjusted prototype E with rounded units.
Right, right,
So this is the most current one.
right.
Wait,
So-
wait, guys, which page?
For our staff report, page 45.
45, thank you.
For Paul, it's page 3.
Right, so this was our way of summarizing the findings from so many different prototypes and scenarios. And we use breakpoints of impact on land value resulting from the inclusionary requirement up to a 15% decrease in land value we characterized as green, up to a 25% decrease in land value we characterized as yellow, and beyond 25% reduction in land value we characterize as red. So it's meant to provide a quick way to view the outcomes. There is a rationale to it. First of all, what we're doing is calculating the land value supported in the base case under the existing conditions, the ordinance as it is today, and then we're comparing it to a possible increased inclusionary requirement and measuring what happens to the supportable land value from that project and the financial pro forma. We're using 15 in particular as a threshold because we view that as an impact that could be absorbed within 3 to 5 years. And that ties to what we see in land value appreciation countywide over several decades, running between 3 and 5% per year average. So to the extent that a new exaction or an increased exaction imposed by the city has an impact on the seller's land value, we view a 15% impact as something that could be absorbed in a few years' time, because that would be the typical appreciation if no new exactions were imposed. So that we coded as green. And then we picked a next threshold of yellow for at 25% reduction, just to mark a next threshold where at that point we're potentially in a 5 to 7 year period for the market to absorb the new impact. It's honestly no more scientific than that. It's just that we had many different scenarios and we had to have a way of quickly summarizing the outcomes. And clearly, as we move from green to yellow to red, we're moving from more feasible to less feasible. Folks can have different views on where are the appropriate breakpoints.
Great. That was
Okay. So
that was my question. I needed to know what those breakpoints are,
and that applies to the citywide inclusionary. Can you go through the same explanation, because it's actually a little different thresholding for the R30 zone, since that's not a new exaction, that's actually a less profit. I guess
Right,
we look at it.
right. So, and I'm not aware who's screen sharing. Is that you, Jennifer?
Yeah.
Are you able to share page 12 of the report, table 3-7?
Right.
So, and thank you, I appreciate that. So here, yes, for the R30 sites where we're measuring the property owner or developer's experience if they build under the existing zoning versus the overlay with a density bonus, Here we looked at whether they would be incentivized to use the R30 with density bonus, and we established thresholds of greater than 25% increase in land value is green, as in they'd be highly motivated to use the R30 inclusive of density bonus and comply with the particular inclusionary requirement that we're testing, right? So in this summary table, we have an existing condition compared to four potential inclusionary requirements. And in each column, we're trying to see, are they motivated to use the upzone inclusive of a higher inclusionary requirement, measuring that a 25% increase in land value, they would be highly motivated, green. At a 15% increase in land value, they'd be at a sort of medium level of motivation, willing to use it. And less than that, I'm trying to read my own print here, less than 15%, or in fact, a decrease in land value, we coded as red, less likely, unlikely to use it.
Okay.
Keeping in mind that these are our projections of prototypical pro formas, and any individual developer property owner is going to have their own, numbers that are suitable to their site. So these are just projections of what's the likelihood they would want to use the upzone.
So on the citywide inclusionary, you used a threshold of saying over 3 to 5 years, the natural land value would increase some, and the new exaction of this increase would be mitigated. On this, you're assuming that all of that same 3 to 5 year increase in land value, is that reflected in these numbers at all?
No, here it's not about 3 to 5 years. It's about the property owner has a safe base case scenario to not use the R30 zone, to not do the larger project, especially if the larger project is going to trigger a higher inclusionary requirement. So it's our judgment, they're going to want to see at least a 25% increase in the benefit to the land value if they use the R30 with the new inclusionary requirement.
Well, you're talking just the landowner. What about the developer? Do they see an increase if the same developer was doing the two projects? Wouldn't the 200 unit versus the 10 unit make a lot more money for the developer?
Right, except that we're running across the top of the column here, testing increased inclusionary requirements. And what we're looking at is whether the city could require a higher inclusionary requirement, which would take some of that additional money the developer would make.
Well, I think if you go back and look at your spreadsheets, and I was hoping to get the actual spreadsheet to look at the mechanism, but from what I can see, if I look way down on page, oh gosh, it's down in the detail pages at the end. In the case of a typical one of these, I think I saw there was under the existing condition, you calculate the residual land value, but before you calculate the residual land value, the spreadsheet takes out the developer profit. And in the existing case, that in one case it was 3 million, but in the density bonus R30 case, the profit for that developer is now 11 million. So there's an $8 million difference that if you took some part of that and amortize it into the land value, which I think is truly what would happen and what we're seeing in the marketplace today with the sales of some of these R30 properties, it would greatly change these numbers, and actually on those R30 projects would move the thresholds much farther to the right. So you need, I guess I would be interested in your comment on, is this really what's happening in the market out there? And
Sure.
Isn't there a big difference in developer profitability when you look only at residual land value in a very isolated case here?
Right. No, I understand your comment, Commissioner. The relationship between seller and developer is going to vary from parcel to parcel, and at what point in time a new requirement is imposed, whether the property's been offered for sale already, is in escrow, has already sold. So in specific circumstances, we haven't fine-tuned it to look at who's control there between seller and developer if they're different parties. We do typically use either residual land value or developer profit as the outcome.
Yes.
And we find it most feasible to just model everything solving for residual land value, supportable land payment, and testing the comparison between the pro formas. The profit variation is commensurate with the size of the project and the risk the developer is taking. And the developer and their investors are going to look at profit as a percent of value and a percent of cost. So I know the example you cited, I think it was like a $8 or $9 million increment in profit, but a project with a commensurate increase in risk. So we think that's appropriate. But again, we are looking whether a developer would be motivated to take on the additional inclusion requirement and still be able to have a reasonable profit and finance the project.
Yeah, but I think the other way you have to look at this is, and comment on this please, is that a developer that is able to make $8 million more, or about 500% increase in profit, will be willing to pay significantly more for that very same land. And I think the way this analysis, where it looks at pure residual land value for the current owner, it ignores the market dynamic where developers, given an opportunity, given zoning that allows this step up, will be very motivated, and that motivation will be born out of the model, the much higher increase in profit, and they will divert some of that profit in order to capture this and go do that business. So I don't think you took that into account here. Am I correct there, or do I understand that correctly?
You are correct. We've assumed a standard industry standard target profit for each type of development. So we have not shifted increased profit to the land value.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? I'm sure we'll have more. So I can't see everybody right now, so I don't know. You might have to speak up. There we go. I think I had one other question on page 74, and I'm not sure what page that would be for you, Paul. Hang on, we can probably, well, page 74. There was an analysis. I'm trying to understand if I understand it correctly, and it was the example. 74. Hang on.
Chair, is this the correct page that you were looking for?
That's what I'm trying to make sure my notes, because we changed from the old notes to the new notes. I have to map everything old and new. And it might be, it's basically where we established, it may actually be on 75, next page. Yeah. And it is the estimated financing for the affordable units, whether they're low or very low, are $271,000 for the subsidy required to build and finance the difference between what the lower income family would pay and what it would cost and the market value, I guess, is the way to look at it. And then the $242,000, I was a little confused by the math here, in that a 10% inclusionary, wouldn't that, if I take a typical project of, let's say 10, and I have a 10% inclusionary requirement, that means I'd have 9 market and 1 affordable. And then, so you wouldn't divide by 10, you'd actually divide by 9. The 21,000 per market rate unit, I think is understated by 10, 12%. And then the same thing would occur through all the others. Am I understanding that correctly? I'm trying to understand how much every time we add increase the inclusionary rate, what does that do to the cost per market rate unit? And so, Paul, I don't know if you can address that math.
Sure. Well, Chair Ehlers, you are correct. We are dividing by 10 in your example of a 10-unit project, and a proportionate for the 15 and 20. We're estimating, if a developer of a 10-unit project did not build their one unit on site and either paid someone else to build it elsewhere or gave money to the city in the form of a fee for the city to get it built elsewhere, that one unit would cost $271. And divided by 10 is 27,000 per the remaining 10 market rate units.
Or another way to look at it, if they built it on site, it would be an 11 unit in my example. So, okay, okay. So it's off-site. Got it. Okay, any other questions? Let's see, we did leave the public comment section, comment open. Dina, do we have any public comments?
No, we have no speakers this evening.
Okay, so with that, I believe we will close public comment and move on to deliberation. And I'm sure we can bring staff back for, there'll be more, there's a lot of information here, a lot of information.
Where to start?
Where to start? Yeah, you know, I think if I can, if nobody's raising their hand, if you don't mind, if I would like to talk a little bit about the same things I talked last time in the subject of the memo, and maybe add a little more background and illumination to what I've done or what I've heard, so that we're all have the same information, which I think is substantially included in the email and memo that got passed around to everybody yesterday. So I really want to make sure that everybody understands the Capitola, the Corte Madera, and the Los Gatos examples. They were interesting for a multitude of reasons. They are requiring a much higher number. And I checked, I called, as I noted in the email, I called the director of development at Corte Madera, Adam Wolf. I talked to him a couple times actually. And I quote him, he said, there are no explicit financial incentives in our code. And we can waive fees, but it's not mandatory. Both direct quotes from him. They have a citywide inclusionary requirement that is, quote, at a much lower percentage than other inclusionary zones, the affordable overlay zones. And I think if we look at our definition, I think in the memo that came out, and if you look at the definitions of how they describe, how the memo from staff described affordable housing overlay zones, it's a much higher optional zoning. That's just like most of our R30s and almost all of our R30s. It has diminished development standards. That's exactly what our R30 said. What I would say is that our R30 is an overlay zone, at least the overlay ones is an overlay zone, an affordable housing overlay zone, even though we didn't call it that in the code. And that the fact is that Corte Madera has a much higher inclusionary rate. If you look at Los Gatos, they have a higher inclusionary rate, Capitola. And the reason is the financial analysis that we just walked through with KMA omitted in their analysis the profit being made by the developer and the fact that they would pay much higher rates or more dollars per square foot for the residual land value. So it understates, in the case of just the overlay zone, it understates how much inclusionary we could take. And to me, this explains what's happening in our marketplace. What's going on with I'll call it a gold rush to develop our R30 parcels. That they're making huge, much larger profits than they would if we had this type of inclusionary. Now we can increase we're here tonight to talk about potentially increasing inclusionary across the board citywide, but I'd like to also talk about increasing it even more for the R30s. And if you look at the numbers, how many affordable units are we going to generate from doing it citywide? It's small numbers on each one of those projects. And then if you look at, if we do it on the on what I'm proposing, and I would go up to 50%, maybe the number's 35, maybe it's 40, I don't know. But if we do like these examples that I've cited and that Glenn O'Grady had cited before me, we would be capturing quite a few additional affordable units. And I'll even go to the ordinance itself and the resolution for tonight. It talks about we have a need for 57% of our new housing to be of the affordable type. And we're right now asking that a mere 15% is what we're capturing, potentially 20% after tonight, or after the council and whatnot's acts. And I think the majority could be made up in R30, where we have just handed the upzone these properties and given them a huge injection of value, and the city ought to partake part of that. And why do I think there's a nexus there? Because the general plan, our general plan says when we upzone, there should be a commensurate public good. So we went through the RR2, RR5, whatever, to R30 zones, and we didn't take that public good. So the other concept out of that memo that I would take is I really was impressed with, I think it was Coda Madeira that had a different inclusionary requirement for mixed use and it was lower. And I think that made sense. And we see that in the number than the overlay step-up zones. And so that's where I'm coming from. And Susan, you've got your hand up.
Well, once again, you're kind of taking the words out of my mouth. I have to flip that on you from last meeting. But basically, you're right. I mean, there is no reason why the R30 can't be at 50%. There is no reason. They can make profit. They can make the units smaller for the affordable. They can do it. And I agree that for our inclusionary policy, we need to go higher. And I also want to point out that the example from, for example, San Clemente was like 16 years old policy. And they weren't at the level that the game is being played now in every city across the state. We are going to be seeing higher levels. And I think we want to set our bar a bit higher than lower, because if we don't, we're going to have to revisit it and we're going to have to up it. And so let's do it now. Let's make the smart choice. Let's do it now and up it as much as we can right now so that we don't have to revisit it too soon.
Steve?
Yeah, thank you. I think we are getting great value from these R30 sites, right? I mean, they are providing the affordable housing that we need in our city. My concern is if we try to balance the books all on these R30 sites, then we create pockets of affordable projects. And I think I would rather see it distributed throughout the city, beyond just the R30 sites. So would we take the R30 overlay and expand that to include more areas of the city? Finally, I think there's a lot of concern about the profitability of the developers, but development is also a highly risky enterprise, and so they take great risks and they do see a reward. I'm not sure that it's a zero-sum game, meaning just because a developer is making a profit on a project doesn't mean that the city didn't achieve some value out of that, meaning added affordability, added units to the housing stock. So I'm really dubious about increasing this the level of inclusionary to a point where it becomes infeasible. I think developers will go to other cities and try to pursue projects in cities that are not so difficult to build in. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and Susan, you still have your hand up, but one comment, Steve, I would make is that even in our resolution, it talks about new market rate housing uses available land and drives the price of remaining land up. What we're doing right now with the 15% means 85% of every one of these R30s is market rate. And it's actually well beyond the above moderate that we need. And it essentially is driving up the land value across the board so that trying to get any more affordable elsewhere is harder. And so we need to couple the land development. Let me put it another way. Somebody, one of the people out here to Livenheim put it really well. She said that for every one affordable unit, we have to build today 6 market rate. So if we want to hit our 883 or 838, we have to build 6 times that, or roughly 5,500, 6,000 market rate units in order to, market rate plus low, in order to hit our RENA numbers. And so what we need to do, just like the ordinance and resolution says, is we need to extract the maximum amount out of these R30 projects, because that's where the big numbers are. That's where we have upzoned. And, you know, will we have to do future R30s or something equivalent? Probably. But we'll you know, that we talked about that previously, where if we use up all our buffer, and our buffer could be used up after the first 6 of these projects roughly go through, we will have 180 days to rezone either through R30 or some other mechanism, but we have 180 days to get that done. So what happens though, if we go to a higher inclusionary rate, we don't eat up our buffer nearly as fast. So that's what I'm a proponent of right now. And any other deliberation, comments? Barbara, can I go?
Let's hear from Barbara.
And Barbara, before you talk, I got one interesting fact I learned from Corte Madera. They have a very, very distinguished former director of planning.
I was a director. I don't want to tell you when I was the director of planning, because then you'll know how old I am. It was a long time ago.
So you didn't institute this code?
No. This was long after I'd left.
I went, what a small world is all I could think. So,
yes.
Barbara, then we'll go to Kevin.
I just wanted to let you know what HCD says in their technical guide about housing overlays and affordability. So they say I think the commission needs to know that these high numbers were all adopted in the last cycle, in the 5th cycle. So it's not, you know, and if the sites haven't actually been developed, it's possible that HCD will take a much closer look at whether development at those high numbers is feasible. But what the technical guide says, if the overlay has conditions such as affordability, incentives should be sufficient and available to make development feasible and more profitable than the underlying zoning. Let's see. The jurisdiction should talk with for-profit and nonprofit developers to determine an appropriate mix of incomes that make development feasible. For example, 100% affordability requirement may act as a constraint depending on the level of subsidy required per unit and the availability of funding to support the level of affordability or available incentives. So it seems that HCD is going to want, if the city goes through this, some evidence that even with a higher affordability proportion, that it's still more favorable for the developers to use the R30 overlay than not. Anyway, I think you all know that 100% affordable project is not financially feasible. We're working on one where the developer is donating the land. It's only a 40-unit senior project, so the units are small. The developer is donating the land plus 1.8 million, plus they're getting 9% tax credits, which are very favorable. Plus, I believe the county's putting in another 1.5 million. So anyway, 100% affordable project does not pencil. I can say that. And what proportion, whether a high proportion of affordability can pencil or not, I'm not the economist, but I think you should have some evidence of, the adequate incentives. One of the problems that the city has, which makes it difficult to get tax credits, is that the city, until you adopt your fee and it's in place, has very little money in its affordable housing fund, about 1.5 million. And to get tax credits now, except in rare instances, a city needs to put in a lot of money. I put in one, let's say I worked on another project for another city, and where the city gave the land. This was about a 60-unit project, and then had to eventually put in about $3 million. And 1.5 just doesn't. It sounds like a lot of money, but it doesn't provide much affordable housing. So until the city has those incentives, it's just going to be hard to make a high percentage work. That's all I'd say. And maybe I'll just add, I think you all know that the city's under much more scrutiny from HCD than most cities. HCD has complained about city policies that many other cities have and that they don't complain about. So I think you're aware of that, and I just wanted to mention it.
Absolutely. And I've got several speakers. Kevin, if I can just add one more thing about HCD, because I think I have information that fits right in with it, and then I'll go Kevin, Steve, then Susan in that order. I went back and found my trip notes when the Housing Element Task Force went up to visit HCD, and Roy and Barbara were both on that trip with us. And we met with the former director, but also probably more importantly, Robin Huntley, who is the senior analyst assigned to Encinitas, along with roughly half of the other cities in the state. And in the discussion in my trip report notes, basically Robin or Paul confirmed that an inclusionary requirement for an affordable housing overlay zone could be different and much greater than the city's standard inclusionary. Robin's initial comments, and this you'll probably remember, Roy, you might remember too, was that we could require 100% inclusionary. And I remember just being dumbfounded almost that they thought that. We weren't even thinking that. But that, of course, as Barbara just said, the inclusionary requirement should be commensurate with the incentive to increase the zoning and deliver affordable housing. We discussed having a 50% inclusionary requirement, and HCD at that time during that discussion 3 years ago, 3 years ago, did not object to it. So I think that dovetailed with the statement that Barbara made. So Kevin.
I'm going to make a request to share my screen. Is that okay with everyone?
Yep. Okay with IT.
And let's see, here it goes. Okay. Do you all see this chart in front of us? This is a chart I basically made by, I kind of reverse engineered the KMA chart to build out what we're facing with a lot of our housing element sites. And I actually went and I modeled 10 of the housing element sites. Now, Baldwin and Sons here is 11.59 acres, current density of R5. This is not looking at the R30 overlay yet. Now, with this, we're looking at 64 units max. At 20% will yield about 15.63% units of affordable units. To get actual 20, we have to raise our inclusionary rate up to 30. And this is because of basically all of our affordable units are based off of the base density, which in this instance would be 45 units. The bonus, I've actually calculated with the density bonus of 41. I can do it at 35, which is current, but you can see it's not going to change things that significantly. What I want to jump down to here is look at the potential profits after we look at what it costs to build. And this is based pretty much exactly off the numbers on our KMA site. So we're looking at the market rate units at $750,000 each, and they would yield 41 million on down to smaller numbers. Now, this is the profit. This is in R5. Now watch what happens when we make this to an R30. Whoop. Profit margins now jump. They still say good. I'm at 7 years. I'm still yielding here at 50%. I'm yielding a 9.4% return per year with a total profit of $82 million, as opposed to where we were, which was at this point, it's hardly worth doing. And, at most it can double its money, and that's assuming we don't raise things over 20. So we gave a lot away, bringing this up to 30. Now, there is commensurate risk, but there's a lot more money to be made doing this. And this is what we gave away. So we're going to get a dense project. As you can see now, as Barbara pointed out, when you get up to the 100 level, we're into the red zone. There's no money to be made there. And honestly, 70%, which is 70% is what you need in order to get actual 50% of low income. But even so, it doesn't pencil out. It starts to, it still makes money, but it's down into the, it's 5.8. It's not something I would take as an investor. As an investor, I want at least 7% a year. And honestly, since there's a lot of things to choose from when it comes to investment vehicles, 10% is usually my cutoff. And it's high. I mean, I'm mostly into equities and stocks, and I'm content with a 5% continual gain. I honestly I calculate on 4 because I'm a pessimist. But still, on a speculative job like this, these are good numbers. And these are good numbers at 30, 40, and 50%. Sage Canyon was one of the, they spent an awful lot on this. And this, I think, was most impacted by the gross versus net calculation we did just recently. And here, they basically 10% for them is sitting at 25. If we look at 40%, it's 7.6% return. And I'm not calculating property increase, the value of the property. It's just looking at a very simplistic calculation. I would have preferred to have worked from the files that were already paid for, but I understand they're proprietary. So here I'm working with this. Gaffney Goodson, purchased a long time ago. The value I listed at 4.5. I could easily bump that up to 9 to reflect current values. It's still, it's bringing in a profit of 63 to 53 million in the 40 to 50% range. And it goes this way pretty much across the board. We created a lot of income possibilities. I mean, now a developer doesn't have to take these risks, but you'd be kind of foolish not to. There's investors who will come in and obviously have come in. I mean, if I look at when these properties changed hands, Vulcan, it's 1967 Vulcan, that's right near La Costa, just sold in July of 2020 for 4.9 million for 2 acres. Sunshine Garden sold in 2019 for just under 10 million. Encinitas Quail, this is the Encinitas Boulevard and Quail Gardens. Yes, this was 5 acres, $11 million. So they're all taking place in the last year or two. There's a few exceptions, the Gaffney Goodson, the Harrison project. But here, I think I would like to see this enhanced, but I look at this as proof that yes, there is great income potential and there is great incentive for developers to build these projects, not just at 20%, but on up to 40%, 50%. Even 40 to 50%, remember, is only going to yield us, here we go, 50% is going to yield us about 35% actual units. But it's a difference between getting 136 units to 55 units, or take down here, it's the numbers are 15 units or 36. It's double the units. The numbers are just, it's painful, 12 to 30. I mean, we could get good jumps on this, and we have increased the profit potential of these properties by more than just the value of the land, much more than the value of the land. And I've shared this with my fellow commissioners, and I think this will be part of the public record. I've saved this as a calculator, and I've saved this as PDF files. And if anyone wants the calculator, I'd ask you to reach out to our secretary, and I will see that you get your hands on it. You know, not that most people want to, but let's see if I can figure out how to unshare myself. And I'm going to.
Okay. Can I go to Steve now?
Yeah, I'm just.
Okay, Steve, you've got the floor, then Susan.
Okay, thank you. It's important to me that we approach this with kind of a carrot and stick, both carrot and stick, meaning the stick in this case is the mandatory set aside. The carrot to me is some of the density bonus incentives that you can achieve by doing that. I am generally supportive of the set asides that match kind of what the California density bonus law provides. So 15% for very low income, 20% for low income. If the inclusionary were tied to those as proposed, then that developer still has the density bonus provisions to utilize to offset some of the challenges of providing the added units. So that's an important part to me. Kevin, I don't know that I've seen, maybe I didn't open that, if that was sent as an attachment earlier. I apologize, I haven't seen that before just now, so it's hard to, you know, digest it and comment. Other than I will say, you know, we've hired KMA, I think a respected outfit, to do a financial analysis of this, and they have some recommendations, and I guess I'd be very hesitant to jump in and try to analyze or second guess their procedures in this, assuming that they've done this more frequently than I have. So final note, will we be going through the strikeout ordinance tonight as kind of a page by page and as some sort of order, or how will that work?
Usually, yeah, I would recommend we do. And that's what we started last time. We might want to just restart and go more quickly through the first few pages. But I think we can go through it pretty quickly if once we get these kind of discussions out of the way.
Okay, thank you.
You know, the more high level. If that's it, Susan?
Yes, with respect to what Kevin sent us and what we just saw on screen, that is exactly what I expected to see and suspected. However, seeing it in hard-lined numbers in a spreadsheet convinces me. And if I hadn't seen that, I might have been saying, well, maybe, you know, maybe we're asking for too much. But seeing those numbers, that return on investment that can happen, there is no reason that we shouldn't get 50%. And that could be split between, let's say, 10% very low and, you know, 40% low, or some whatever blend works out. And I also believe that one of the questions that I had that was answered was that about the land and dedication. Maybe you want to address that in point by point, but basically the ordinance requires developments of 7 or more units to build the affordable units either on site or in another location, but the city can require ownership projects instead of rental projects. And that way, all the units have to be constructed on site. So no alternatives are required for ownership projects, is my understanding. And I was, I'm thinking that is our way to go, because you see, it's all about our intention. It's all about our goals. Do we want to help people? Do we want to make affordable housing accessible for people? Do we actually want to support low-wage workers so that they can be building equity. And I would like to see low-wage workers building their equity. So I want to see ownership. Rental, for me, it's not good enough. Renters throw their money away every single month. Throw it away. They never get that money back. Owners put money into their place and the place appreciates. Even if it's affordable in perpetuity, they are still building equity, you see? And so there's a difference between owning and renting. And I really wanted to highlight that right now up front. And I also think that about the 500 square foot being exempt, I don't know why we should do that. I think they should pay something on a sliding scale. It can be less, but I think they should do it. But I do think a unit that has been, let's say, water damaged and has to be rebuilt, something like that, maybe that kind of situation should be exempt from inclusionary fees when they're building it over again.
Okay, thank you. Scott, I think I had, you triggered something in my memory, and I have first a question for Paul about the analysis, because there's one other area that you reminded me. You said you'd like to mirror the density bonus law. And in fact, that is one of the situations in the report that Paul refers to. There are cases where basically the cost that gets allocated to inclusionary, they used as zero. And so they literally got them free because the density bonus, the quirk of the California density bonus laws, developers get to count units for California density bonus as inclusionary units, and they don't have to build 2 units, they only have to build 1. So literally in at least 3 of the scenarios, they ended up having 0 cost for the inclusionary. And so that is a gift of the California law right now, but we can require, by requiring our higher inclusionary percentage, we would then be able to capture some value for the citizens in affordable, where today those are free. Paul, I was looking for that page. I thought it was page 70, but I can't find it on there. Could you show one of the examples and maybe walk us through the numbers so that the commission understands this idiosyncrasy of the density bonus and inclusionary units getting double counted and therefore being free, for at least one of the 2 being free?
Sure. Commissioner Chair Ehlers, you are correct. There are a couple of situations where the density bonus more than makes up for the inclusionary requirement. And in our tables, they would end up coded as green because it's not less than a 15% reduction, but in fact, it's a slight increase. And I'm looking at the summary table, and it's not jumping out at me right now which prototypes and scenarios that occurred, but I agree there are several situations among the many scenarios. Did you have one in mind?
Well, normally I would have it by page number, and I thought it was on page 70 where you explained it in the text. And I think it most certainly was one, it was 2, I thought, of the R30 zones in particular, and probably some of the bigger ones. And that's what's making these large R30 projects, the ones that we have so many applications on in process right now, that we made them extra lucrative. And the analysis, and KMA, you have your way of doing it. And as you said, there are 2 ways you could do it. You chose one, fine. I've been trying to understand the detail, and I think Commissioner Doyle had a similar frustration trying to understand the detail, and he went and built his own spreadsheet. I just didn't do that. I kept going over it, trying to figure out, why is this working out, when I kept thinking, I understand why people are investing in this, and we've seen so many of these change hands. So, but I can't find your explanation in the text. It's in there, in the 494 pages, 464 pages. It's
Is
in
it
there.
on page 244 maybe?
It could be, yeah. Thank you.
Does someone have a page reference for the study itself? Perhaps Jennifer?
244, I didn't make it there.
summary table 2, appendix 4 is the other reference.
244 is,
Is that what you were talking about? I'm not sure.
I hang on one second. I'm trying to find the page for, I don't see page numbers there of your numbers, Paul.
Just for clarification, are we talking about in the appendices, you want to see one of the projects examples that is green? Or do you want to see page 71, where it shows all the green and yellow and red?
What I was looking for was the explanation in the text, not in the data tables in the appendix. It might be in the appendix, but there's an explanation of how the density bonus units are satisfying the inclusionary, and therefore the model carries the inclusionary units at zero cost to the developer. And of course, that then results in a greater bottom line. And so that's one of the idiosyncrasies that by going and requiring more inclusionary, we'll actually get the incremental above the density bonus.
Right. If you have the staff report page number, I'll look for it in our report. But yeah.
Is this the right page, Chair?
No, I don't see the text. It's in a couple places in the text, but quite frankly, my notes are so. But I think, Paul, you agree with my point, right?
Yeah, there's a few situations where.
So the, just to summarize, the extra profit that the developer is making, where it's, 5-fold increase, there is the double counting of the density bonus, and I'm only talking R30 projects right now. There's the double counting of the density bonus and inclusionary units. These all lead to there's more opportunity there, and the city is basically giving away more than they should. We should partake in that, and within the bounds of, as Barbara described, and I think that's where Kevin, I thought your numbers looked surprisingly similar to what my conclusions were coming to, but I was coming at it from a different way. So, okay, are there other commentary or questions, or I don't know that do we want to go line by line through and now, or Amy, you have your hand up?
I've just got a really dumb question. Just like, okay, so where are we hoping to take this line of thought to?
To the line by line discussion, adjusting the number and giving direction to staff. What we're doing tonight is making a recommendation to the council, and that recommendation can take the form. Many times we'll do it by line edits, which I think we should do tonight too, because there are things in the direct code. But if we have major changes to the code, we should, like we're discussing right now, we should give direction to staff, and then we can decide, do we have them bring it back one more time before we then send it to council? So
sorry. Thank you. I'm just trying to learn. So thanks.
No, it's a good question. It's a very good question. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm only 1 vote in 5. Kevin?
I think for myself, looking forward, I mean, before we go through this line by line, we should answer this bigger question. Are we interested in coming up with modifications to the inclusionary just for the overlays, just for the R30 overlays? And if so, then that makes going through the ordinance line by line kind of moot this evening.
I don't know that it makes it moot, but it certainly means there's probably some bigger editing along with the smaller editing.
And so we'll wait till we get to those points perhaps, and then try and
we can do it that way, or we can discuss. Right now, just testing the waters here. I would guess Steve is not for it, but so far I've heard 3 people that are interested in discussing higher inclusionary for R30. I guess 4 now. So that says we at least have some consensus. If not, we certainly have. There's a majority. So we could talk now about what numbers we're talking about. I'm certainly not proposing over 50, and my minimum is probably 35, somewhere in there. Another option is we could direct staff to go off and look at it one more time and come back with a recommendation. Or here's what I would probably do is we could say we want some minimum, be it 35, 40, up to 50, and we'd like to see the analysis revisited to take into account the added profit and what it might do in the market rate to the land value. And we should look at it instead of just the pure land value model, we should look at the developer profit too. And then compare that to what Kevin, you presented and what's happening in the market with some of these properties selling now at much higher values.
And as Steve pointed out, I mean, there is risk involved in this. I haven't applied any discount to the potential profits, but I mean, I've also left off a bunch of things that are potentially profitable. I went for a very simple model. And I honestly wouldn't mind more time working on it because I think there's things that I'd like to see in there. I actually have a question for staff. I think, Jennifer, you might be able to answer this for me. Now, several of the other ordinances out from other cities talked about the moderates. You know, they're saying, 30% moderate, 25% moderate. Now, if I look at the estimate of sales proceeds for affordable, I've got a fixed number for very low, 95,000, and low 173. What would be a value on moderate?
We haven't looked at the moderate levels for these cases because that was not the direction provided. It was to only look at low and very low.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand that. It felt like this was almost something where, it was a standard number. I'm just curious if it was based on AMIs or.
You're talking about the numbers that are in there.
Yeah, the numbers. And well, actually, maybe this is for Paul, a better question. Paul, so you've got fixed numbers for very low and low as the estimate of sales proceeds. Is that just a kind of a plucked out of the air number? Is that based on the actual affordable rate?
The latter, Commissioner. They're based on an affordable price calculation, supportable mortgage for households at very low and low income respectively. And I believe they appear deep in the back of the report. It's page 314 of
Okay.
the May report.
Just, I'm not questioning the validity of those numbers. I'm trying to ferret out, is there a similar number for moderate? Is moderate defined?
Yeah, there is. We hadn't run that calculation because we weren't testing that income category. I can tell you, depending on the jurisdiction, it typically runs, in the 250 to 300,000 range, just to give you a ballpark for today's discussion, but we've not done that calculation.
Okay. Yeah. Just, for my own models, it makes sense. That was my question for right now. Thanks, Paul.
So I'm looking back at the decisions we need to make tonight. One of the topics was what an in lieu fee should be. And a second part of that would be, should there be an annual cost escalator on that? So do we have any thoughts on that? But I'll go to, who had their hand up first, Susan or Steve? I didn't have my head up.
Susan.
Okay, Susan, then Steve.
Okay, well, I agree that we should have a moderate criteria. I think that should be added, and I think it should be sent back to be reworked. And I also think it should have an ownership, a very strong, if not 100% ownership for inclusionary housing, even if they're short-term owners. I think people should be able to build equity. And wealth in California is often tied to building equity in property. And I think that not giving people that opportunity, making them pay rent. It's lining other people's pockets, but it's not helping the people that we're trying to help. It's all about our intention. And I also think that we are going to see some affordable housing money coming into Encinitas coffers. We only have 1.5 million right now, but I did attend the coffee with Joe Mosca on Saturday, and he mentioned that there's money coming down the pipeline for affordable housing. And I'm not sure how much, you know, maybe he's not 100% sure. He named a figure that he, you know, probably thought was possible. But we have a new administration on the federal level that is going to be helpful for getting funding. So I don't think we should count on only having 1.5 million to put towards affordable housing. I think we will have more than that. So I think this should go back to staff with the recommendation to go to 50% for low, very low, and maybe 30% moderate. And so that would guide our inclusive housing to be much more equitable, and ownership should be the strongest part of it, really.
Okay. You put 50, I'll go to Barbara, then Steve.
Yeah, the city can't require all the affordable housing to be ownership housing. In fact, tax credits are only available for rental housing. There's various anti-discrimination provisions. The housing element has to account for rental housing. But if it is an ownership project, then the affordable units need to be ownership as well. But if the entire project is rental, if it's a rental market rate project, then the affordable units can be rentals as well. But in terms of the project as a whole, the developer needs to, the city can't require that they all be ownership.
Can there be any incentive in differences in?
Sure, you can provide some incentives.
Okay. Steve,
well,
you had your hand up?
Can I ask a follow-up to her since?
Sure.
If it's okay with Steve, it's okay.
Well,
Yes.
If it would cost the same to own as to rent, I don't see why the state would object to it. I don't understand what would be the purpose of doing that.
Because people don't always have, even low-income people often don't have enough money for a down payment. The state, anyway. Yeah. But I'm saying that the affordable housing funds are pretty much only available for ownership, for rental housing. All the tax credits, which are really the big, you know, the multifamily housing programs, all the rest, the money's available for rental housing. It's very difficult to build the, anyway, you know, basically without additional state and federal subsidies, you can't provide, as we were talking, 100% affordable housing. Okay. Generally, it's very difficult to provide 50% without pretty substantial subsidies as well. Anyway, but why would the state object? Because many people can't afford to be owners.
Steve?
Yeah, I'm not sure that, I think rentals can also assist owners, meaning if you're a recent college grad and you can rent an apartment without spending 50% of your income on rent, you can start to save for that nest egg. So people, you know, having rentals at an affordable rate, I think goes towards eventual home ownership, which I would agree is, you know, a desire for everybody, or it's a net positive, right? I was going to point out that the city of San Diego also has allows, if you set aside 40% of your project under their Complete Communities program, you know, there's a requirement you set aside 20% low, very low, 20% low, and 10%, or there's some numbers, it's 15, 15, and 10. But then they also give you, though, a lot more incentives, height deviations and setback deviations. They have gone so far as to say there won't even be a unit count, that you can divide the square footage into any number of units that you want. And if you really want to get units, then allow developers to come in and build smaller units and fit more of them on a site. That's going to have a net effect of increasing the supply, which will bring down the rents generally. And it will give people that have just a modest income an ability to find something that's, say, under $1,000 a month to rent.
Amy?
Thanks, guys. I'm going to kind of almost straddle the fence here with Susan and with Steve, because I agree with both of you. Susan, you are absolutely 110% correct. We want people to have equity, and we want for them to build into their home, and we want that. The reality is what we have in our rental community aren't so much people that can maybe do that kind of down payment right now to get where they need to go to buy that particular place. So you guys are both correct. And I guess my point is I would like to see us do a really good job. Steve, I don't know if what you were talking about are these micro units, maybe what you were talking. Yes. Okay.
Correct.
Right. Okay. That you were talking about, like these micro units that are they are brilliant and they help so many people. So I would like to see, I don't know, Encinitas look at that a little bit more, but that's just me. But I want, Susan, you to know, I think what you're saying is absolutely on point, absolutely on target, and whatever we can do to help that. It's just the reality is not a lot of people have that kind of cash in hand to make that happen today. So that's it.
Okay, Kevin?
I wanted to touch base on the ownership project, and Susan, I don't want to disagree with you, but on this one, I've brought this up a lot of times. This ownership of low-income units to me, seems kind of like a false lure for lower income people. It's like, oh, wow, I've got a house, I'm owning a house. And as many of you know, I mean, home ownership and real estate can be a ticket to wealth. Whereas an affordable unit, if you buy it, it's not going to go up like my house is going up or like everyone else's house in Encinitas. It's going to go up at a tiny little state mandated rate. You're pretty much, and once you're in it, you're in it and you still own a house. It's complicated, but everyone else is getting rich off of real estate, but not you. So I actually don't like for sale low income housing units. I think they're a trap for lower income people. I'd rather see them have reasonable rents, and as I think Steve, you pointed out, it was like save your money, or who was it? Save your money, and now you've got a down payment. Now buy a house. Now buy the cheapest condo you can buy if that's the case. But you can climb out. You can become rich doing this. This is California, where real estate values go up insanely. But if you buy one of these very low units or a low unit, it's going to be worth what it's worth forever. You'll pay the mortgage. You'll be paying interest and principal. So you'll be kind of saving your money in the bank, but not really, just a portion of it. You would have been better off taking that, whatever you paid towards that loan, and just putting it in the bank. So sorry, I didn't mean to get passionate on this one, but I've had this discussion with several people now, and it's important to me.
And Amy, sorry, Susan, you had your hand up, and then Amy raised her hand too. So Susan, then Amy.
Well, I just want to say about the micro units, I have said before, smaller is more affordable. And so I am also a very big proponent of that. In response to what Kevin just said, I understand what you're saying. The only way it can be done is with subsidy in terms of ownership. That would have to be subsidized. We'd have to have some public funds at the local, state, county, or federal level. It would not be possible for them to own without that kind of subsidy.
Okay. Any other comments from anybody? Do we want to, oh, sorry, Amy. Sorry about that, Amy.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Chair.
The little hand symbol wasn't there, so.
So no, I again, I think we're all speaking the same language tonight. And what I think we're all trying to figure out, right, is how to move all of this forward in the most productive way, but we realize that there's some stuff that was done back here that we need to clean up, that we need to have to go forward. And I am with Susan. I hope, Kevin, you are somebody that's with me on this as well. If we can start to produce like maybe that climate of those micro units that can help some people, that would be so great. But I also understand that we can't, subsidize everybody's down payment for a condo in Encinitas. I get that too. So I feel like we're all kind of stuck in this place.
So
Not helpful.
But yeah, and we do have some decisions we have to make tonight, or recommendations, and if I could maybe steer us towards discussion on the fee. So, the application of just at a concept level, we'll obviously get into great detail when we go through the line by line. But let's talk about what people believe either the application of the fee, 6 and under, 7 and more, sliding scale on the fee, and then what that level of the fee should be, anywhere from $0 to $66 per square foot. Anybody want to hop in on that one? Steve?
Yeah. I'm not sure where I fall on this one, but I would say I'm initially hesitant to apply the fee to projects under 7. I think one thing that benefits our community is the smaller scale infill development rather than the very large projects of hundreds of units. So a developer that comes in and is going to build 4 units within an existing kind of network of streets and all that seems like a very appropriate type of development to encourage. And there tend to be smaller developers. They may not be as capital rich, and those fees I think have a big impact on what they do. So I'm hesitant to apply the fee to the under 7 units. And I'm also looking to see if there's any desire to distinguish between a rental project and for sale projects. It is hard to set aside for sale units to make them pencil. But it seems like we should be encouraging a fourplex or duplex rather than a single family home as part of that, getting greater density within the existing network or infrastructure that we already have.
Okay. Susan, you have your hand up.
Well, I think if we're going to go up to 50% for low, very low, and then add a moderate category above that that we probably should use the $20 per square foot that's been designed. But if we're not going to go that high as a percentage for inclusionary, then the fee could be higher. Maybe 32 would be right. That's my thought on that. And infill, I agree with Steve. Infill is great. Fourplex, perfect.
And Steve?
Yeah, I don't think the city wants to or should be in the business of developing affordable housing, meaning collecting all this money probably shouldn't be the city's ultimate goal, because the city ultimately doesn't want to be a developer of property. I think the fee should be set in a way that enables or allows the private sector to build the projects that support, that deliver the housing that we need. So setting the fee too high, I think, just will drive away that. And the city may have collected a lot of money. That would be great. But do we really want the city in the business of trying to be an infill or a housing developer?
Yeah, and I'll go now. I don't think we're necessarily the Affordable Housing Fund. I think Barbara hit on this earlier. It is not necessarily the city funding development and being a developer. It can be used for incentivizing developers. So in that case, it would be a mechanism where you could encourage even higher inclusionary rates, because we have a very real problem of meeting our affordable housing numbers, our RENA numbers, and the state has gotten more and more aggressive at pushing those requirements on us. So as Barbara pointed out earlier, 1.4 million, that's our current fund. That's what we've collected over many years, and that's just not going to get much done. Even according to this report, just the premium, or I should say the subsidy required for each affordable unit is somewhere between 242 and 271. 1.4 million dollars, that's enough to subsidize or 6 units. That's it. You know, out of our 838 we have to do in this next cycle of low and very low, and I'm not even addressing moderate. Steve, you got your hand back up? Go ahead.
Yeah, just to play off of what you just said, Bruce, I think the type of developer getting that subsidy from a city is typically a nonprofit affordable housing developer, right? They're going to come in and build a project that's 100% affordable. You know, the private sector, as soon as they take in the public funds, they have a whole different, there's a different criteria that they have to meet as far as union labor and other things that are kind of outside of their business model. So I think I get it that the city itself won't be the developer, but the only people you'll attract with the subsidy I think that the city is offering is, you know, the nonprofit group. And there's certainly a place for that. I'm not saying that we don't want that to be happening, but I think we want this affordable housing sprinkled throughout our neighborhoods and not clustered or you know, grouped into one neighborhood or one lot within an area. So anyway.
Okay. So, you know, I was going through numbers, looking at different size developments and looking at the recommendation, I shouldn't say recommendations, the analysis by KMA. And, you know, to me, whether we set the fee at 23 and a half, I think is one of the numbers that they were bantying about, or even 25, you know, the numbers per unit on, I'll start with a 10 unit subdivision again, are going to be in the 70 to 100,000 per unit, per market rate unit. So, you know, that's going to raise the cost of housing. You know, supply demand says it'll raise it raise the costs, and so it's going to have some ultimate effect that the market price will raise, and probably significantly on single family dwellings in the city of Encinitas, obviously prorated to their square footage. So, you know, it was interesting, Steve, you made a comment earlier about we want to encourage, you know, small infill developments, and I wholeheartedly support you there. And I was struggling with, well, what's the reasoning for the sliding scale for 0 to 6 or 1 to 6? And I couldn't come up with. I always look for a legal nexus on why would the city, you know, what is the motivation, and why would we do that theoretically? And I think you hit on it right there. Is that the city and its community character is founded on eclectic and unique infill. And so I now can get behind the sliding scale if we choose to implement an inclusionary from 1 to 6, because it would encourage more small development by lower capitalized development firms. So thank you. Susan?
I just want to add that don't throw out the possibility of a subsidized 100% site, because there are projects now in other cities that are intergenerational with, for example, senior housing and student housing as roommates, basically. And so that kind of a possibility isn't a bad possibility at all. We do have a community college in our town, and we do have a lot of seniors who are in the lower income brackets. So we could have 100% affordable project that would be very nice and very complimentary, you know, so it's not infill, though I do love infill. I love infill, but don't get me wrong, but don't throw away and say, oh no, we don't want 100% in one place. Maybe we do, depending how it's done.
Steve?
Yeah, and let me amend my statement. I would love to see an affordable housing project come in, and I agree with you completely, Susan, that there are some wonderful project types, and I would hope to see one of those. I think my point was being, I think by and large, though, I don't want to, I think we're going to need multiple avenues for achieving the housing that we need to provide. And I don't want to scare away the developers from building it by paying this in lieu fee. Some of them, it will just make sense, and they'll still be fractional units, and there will be other reasons that people pay into this in lieu fee. But I was just cautioning that we can't see this fee as like we get to charge whatever we want, and therefore it all translates into new housing. At some point, people will stop building in Encinitas because the fee will be just too great. So we need to get down into particulars. We ought to talk a little bit about numbers. I'll kick it off with, you know, I think the average number was 23.5 for the citywide. I'll go back to the information that we talked about last time around, where this report is well over a year old, and there's a natural 3 to 5% increase. So I think a number slightly north of 23.5 is probably the appropriate number. The number I kind of landed on was 25, you know, and why. And then the second thing I would support, there was a suggestion on page 51 of the report about should we include an annual cost escalator? And I think we should. I think that because we know one thing, just like the physical laws of nature, construction costs will increase, and if they don't, then the CCI, as the report mentions, will not go up. So I like it when things are tied to, you know, that they don't become old and much too low. So,
but Chair, can I ask a real quick question about that? The annual cost escalator was, I don't have the page right in front of me, estimated at?
It was based on the construction cost index, CCI.
Yep, okay.
Is what the proposal was in KMA's report.
Right, but
and so I would, my proposal would be I think the 23.5 was set up about a year and a half ago. Okay. And it's the average, and it's actually on the low side. You know, we could be anywhere from 32 to 66, but yeah. I don't want to, in my opinion, I don't want to squelch development, but we do need to capture funding for our affordable housing requirements. It's a state mandate put on us, and it has to be paid for somehow. So personally, from a, you know, I would start at 25 at the CCI on top, okay, and I would do the sliding scale as recommended for 0 to 6, because then single family homes, and we're encouraging medium, small fill-in. Yep. You know, I love the wording that Paul used, calling it a new exaction. You know, I don't like that. I'm really struggling right now to recommend a new exaction, any sort of new tax. But on the other hand, the state has put a mandate on us, and they are not providing money. And we can go all through the numbers on, you know, that dried up, what, 10 or 15 years ago. But we got to do something. And so this seems to be fair. It seems to encourage eclectic, smaller development, or at least not encourage it. It makes it easier for that, but it's still on some of these big projects. You know, imagine if we had, if this law, if it gets changed, if it applied to some of these units, that these projects that have submitted preliminary applications, there would be quite a bit more money in the Affordable Housing Fund, and we would have more opportunities in order to do 100% or do whatever we had to do in order to meet our RENA numbers without having to upzone gosh, how many more properties do we have to upzone to meet our current 6th cycle RENA requirements? It would be a lot. It would be roughly, my guess is 5 times the number of units we have today in R30. And that's just crazy. That will ruin our city. So this is a necessary evil that I'm kind of begrudgingly recommending. So that's where I would start from. Steve, you've got the floor.
Yeah, can I just ask a question? Is there a current in lieu fee? Like, is this a completely new fee, or what is the current fee?
Jennifer or Roy?
This would be a completely new fee. It's previously the in lieu fee was determined on a case-by-case basis for the project.
Okay.
And if I could add to that, yes, we don't have a fee, but just for everyone's edification is that the fee is set by City Council. So the Planning Commission's role tonight is to make a recommendation on the fee amount and also the application of the fee, but the actual decision on what the fee will be it's a City Council decision. So
absolutely. And then when we get into the line by line on the code, there are quite a few exceptions of where it applies and doesn't apply, and who makes the decision to allow an in lieu fee versus building the units on the ground. And when we get to that, I mean, I'm personally very much biased towards build the units. The money, I love the idea of the fractional units now become money rather than nothing. So, but we'll get to that. So Steve, you got your hand up again? Yeah,
I'd be in favor of a incremental approach. So the KMA report or the staff is recommending a $20 fee, if that's correct, right? Could we come back?
That as one option, yeah.
Yeah, if we tried the $20 and it worked and we felt like it wasn't going far enough, could we come back and increase that yet again? I mean, I'd hate to squash, go too far and really put the kibosh on some of these projects and then have to, taper it back, which I know wouldn't really happen.
Yeah. So when I looked at some examples of again, 10 unit density bonus, non-density bonus projects, and density bonus going up to like 14, the numbers I got, and I ran 20, 23, and 25 just to see how many dollars per unit is it charging, and they're all significant. When we're not prorated at 10, a project of 10 or a project of 14. And they were coming back at numbers in the order of a nominal, fairly big units, building houses, 77,000 to 97,000. So at $20, it was 77,000 in one case, 97,000 in the other case. And to me, that range is not a make break. And ultimately, to Roy's point, council's going to make the choice. The reason I settled on 25 is the average, which I thought was a good place to start. I thought start in the middle is 23 and a half. But that was, as I said, that's a 1.5 years old data. And I think it's probably gone up from there. And then I also would approach, and to me, what I'm doing is adjusting that average to where it probably is today anyways. And then I would propose putting the construction cost index incrementer on it, so it goes up year over year. And obviously the council will set it, but the council can also revisit it and change that algorithm. I'll let the council do the windage. So I don't know, Susan, and then Steve.
I'm with you, Bruce. I think 25 is fair, and I think with the index for increasing cost and the sliding scale units 0 to 6, all three of those I think are really good. And I think again, I just want to stress it depends on what percentage is going to be inclusionary, because part of the incentive for a developer is on the fees, but for them fees, or they have a lot of other fees besides
Well, I would agree.
Well,
Well, they do both.
yes, it's both. So any residential development in the city would be subject to our inclusionary ordinance requirements. So they may opt for density bonus because by virtue of the inclusionary requirements, they automatically could qualify for density bonus. But regardless, they are subject to any residential development based on our proposal tonight. Any residential development from a single unit and more is subject to our inclusionary ordinance.
But so what you're saying is that the density bonus already is going to provide affordable as part of, because otherwise they don't get their density bonus. So they already are doing it basically.
It's actually, I would say
Other
it's
way
the
around.
reverse. It's the inclusionary that requires the affordable. And by the city's inclusionary requirement, that automatically qualifies a development, or depending on the percentage, but it can automatically qualify them for density bonus.
A development of 5 or more units.
Of 5 or more units, yes.
Yeah. So Steve, and I don't know if Kevin or Amy want to hop in here, but go ahead, Steve.
Thank you. I guess I'm still discussing $20 versus 25. If you're at it or taking the position that 25 is the average of the range, so there's some that are higher and some that are lower. Mm-hmm. Aren't we guaranteeing that by using higher than 20 that there are going to be some projects that are basically fail, right? Or some projects that are priced out because they didn't meet the 20 or 23 made them infeasible based on KMA's report, right? It seemed to me KMA came up with all these numbers and then kind of picked almost the lowest one and said that they recommend $20. That means that the fee won't negatively impact any project. But if we take a fee that's slightly higher than the 20, it means that we're starting to pick a number of projects that may get impacted and become infeasible then.
I don't know, Paul, you want to comment on that? I don't think it meant that it meant at 20, no projects were impacted. I think everything has some impact on the residual land value. Paul, can you comment on Steve's?
Commissioner, the $20 figure that we're talking about, which we summarize in our key findings, a range across the different prototypes, is what it would cost the developer to build the affordable units on site, or what it would cost the developer or the city to build the affordable units off-site. So it's meant to replicate the cost impact if someone had built the units. So instead of building the units, paying the fee. So if you choose a fee higher on the scale, it would incentivize the developer to build the units on site, because the fee is starting to get higher than the range, right? It depends on the prototype, but as you slide up and down that scale, a lower fee is going to incentivize a project to pay the fee if they're eligible to pay it instead of building the units, and a higher fee is going to incentivize the project to build the units instead of paying the fee.
Exactly. Yeah, and that figures heavily for me. I'm much prefer to build the units on site than pay money, and because they never seem to happen offsite. So production is so much better, in my opinion. So, I Kevin or Amy, you want to weigh in on this so we can kind of see where our consensus is?
Let me come in here. I'm here.
Okay.
So I've been making notes. So $20 25 sounded reasonable to me. I think Steve mentioned 20 and 2025. We're in that. That's a variable, but there's some things I think that we are all in agreement with, which is these will or will not impact homes in the 1 to 6 unit development. So Steve, you mentioned, it's putting burden on the smaller projects, but my fear is that that's most of the projects. I mean, the big projects stand out, but it's little projects that are most of the projects. So could we say, yes, it applies to less than 7, this in lieu fee? I think that's the only place it applies. So if we don't decide that, then it's kind of another moot point. So I'm gonna just jump ahead and I'll pretend that we're in agreement. We're also seem to be in agreement that it should be adjusted annually based on the CCI. Now I'm a little uncertain. I know from a couple of scenarios we looked at. Now, if we have a piece here and it's 20% and it comes out to 1 1/4 units, does that one unit have to be built on site, or can the whole 1 1/4 be paid as an in lieu fee?
That's where I think where we get into the line by line, and there are different exceptions.
Okay.
And that's really the question of who's got that discretion to approve it.
Gotcha. So we'll handle that aspect on the line by line. I mean, personally, I'd go with the 25. I mean, we're giving away so much. Nobody's not making money building houses in Encinitas. It's
that's a good way to put it.
You have to be really, really bad at your job to not make money building houses here. It's like everyone wants to live here. And for the houses we're talking about, the larger ones, they're big houses. They're going to be expensive. They're going to be well built because somebody had to have had the wherewithal to purchase that land underneath it. And they're going to build a quality project on top of it. I mean, I don't expect anything less than that from Encinitas. So I would support the 25 personally. And I think I see nods perhaps from Susan, from Amy, and from Bruce. Steve, I don't see much nodding coming from you, but could we? I
am in agreement with
point somehow.
I am in agreement with you, Kevin, about the sliding scale below 7.
Mm-hmm.
That was a question earlier.
Anybody else? Amy, what do you think about sliding scale? Amy or Susan? Oh, good. Okay. So I think the sliding scale sounds unanimous. How about the CCI, the automatic cost incrementing? I've got 4 and a 4.5, 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of them was a little mesh, but
yeah, that's okay.
So sliding scale is yes, CCI is yes.
I do have a question about the cost index. It references Los Angeles, which has a much higher cost of construction than San Diego or Encinitas. I presume because it's just an index that we're not really following the literal number of Los Angeles, but just the rate at which it's changed.
That would be my assumption, and we can make that part of the recommendation if everybody else agrees.
That's why I was kind of like this, yeah. I'm with Steve on that.
My personal presumption was that it's going up at a certain rate, and all we're doing is we're establishing, whenever the council adopts it, that's 0, and then or 1, and then the rate goes up accordingly. And so, Amy.
But Chair, Kevin, can I just
hang on, Kevin. Amy,
jump on you real quick? Chair, is that something if we decide tonight that gets set in stone, or?
No, we're making a recommendation to council. Okay. Nothing gets set in stone. There's a lot more public discussion. I'm sure a lot of people will have input on the recommendation.
Okay.
And yeah, so this is.
But they'll hear like what you said and what Steve and I have said is. Okay.
Yeah, okay. I mean they can watch the tape, which hopefully they will do. But it'll be captured in staff report, much like it was captured for us with a recommendation. So
thank you, Chair.
Based on this, I would say since it is just a recommendation, let's just put 25 down. as you pointed out, council is the deciding factor. And if they say, oh, no, 2350 is better, or
Yep.
what have you, it's not up to us.
It is their choice ultimately. What if we said we all agreed on a range of 20 to 25?
I don't know. I have particular reasons for 25 over 20. So, I mean, yeah, my preference is 25. I think, Kevin, you said it well. You know, we have given away so much and we continue. And you know, if we're going to put this fee in place, which, you know, it pains me to do, then let's set up for what it really should be, which is based on the average. So I'm at 25. And the CI, but if the, you know, it's really where the majority of us go. So any other, would it be a good time to take a break, perhaps? Take a 10-minute break and then come back and either go into line by line and crank through that, or we could talk about more high level.
Bathroom break.
Okay, yeah, I figured that would be popular.
We'll call it a mental health break, and we'll
Okay.
be back here at 8:20.
At 8:20. So remember, your mics are live and your video may be on, so be careful. And we'll see you back at 8:22 actually, is what I've got on my clock. Okay. If we could reconvene.
Pretty much ready almost.
Too many computers and screens to look at. When I watch
I've been
the
trying to
tape,
go paperless. Sorry,
Oh,
Bruce. I was
yeah.
gonna say, I'm trying to go paperless, but now I've got 3 screens I'm looking at and I can't take a simple note. So
Yeah.
much for that.
I know, and you know, I always, when I've watched videos of us, I feel like I'm always looking down or elsewhere. You know, like just thinking, what's the chair doing? He's looking off into the space, but you know, screen here, and then the Zoom screen too.
I rely heavily on my 5x8 books,
Yeah.
and they all end up looking like this.
There you go. I like
Yeah.
that. You've got a long history to go through.
And it's, you know, actually, I've been pretty good about keeping my planning commission book consent, you know, date by date. I'm keeping it in order, but it's not very easy. But I've been keeping these books for 30 years, so it's an interesting library.
You have a
somewhere-
memoir to write later.
God, yeah. I'm hopefully someone who really admires me will do that after I'm gone.
Okay, did we
Assuming
lose?
anyone falls into that category.
Did we lose Amy?
I don't know, her internet's a little spotty where she is.
I don't see
I don't
her.
see her, no.
Well, give her one more minute and then I think we continue. We still have a quorum. So hopefully she's working. IT, let me know if she's trying to reconnect. And otherwise, why don't we, Jennifer, I would recommend bringing up page 19 where the code starts.
Can I ask a question before we dive into page 19? Because I've highlighted all of this code from the previous staff report. And I'm wondering if it's different in this staff report. Are there some subtle differences I don't know about?
So I'm off mute, correct? Yes, okay. So on this staff report, we've inserted the language that we discussed the last time about the 500, about adding for additions, like charging an Luffy for additions, as well as for that increased, a net increased square footage for reconstruction or replacement units. So for the most part, you're going to see the same thing with underline and strike through. And then in red, I've added what we discussed last time. So if you're looking at my screen, you'll see what we discussed last time with the HUD allowances.
Yeah. And I really appreciate the fact you did the new ones in red. That really helped me. So thank you.
So I may keep both of these open. The advantages of 2 screens.
And I basically went back and had to correlate my new page numbers with my old page numbers. So
Yeah, I didn't have any problem at all.
Oh, you paperless people.
no,
I wasn't
Brett-
there for the last
yeah,
one.
Brett had the problem. So I'd say let's reconvene and move forward. And if Amy can join us again, she can join us. So starting on page 19, let's see. Is that, yeah, there you go.
I'm having to coordinate as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can zoom in just a little rather than the whole page. Although I can read that. Can everybody else read that too? It's a little small.
I'm seeing my own screen for that. I can't read that on this.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. And that's even probably bigger. So, anything on 19?
My first comment's not until page 22.
Okay.
Aha! Mine too.
Great
there you
minds.
go. I've got, let's see, 20. The affordable unit should be designated as part of a program. And I was wondering, must it be deed restricted with a housing, affordable housing agreement? So I think is it affordable? Yeah, affordable unit. I see we're adding moderate income. Is there also a requirement that they be deed restricted or have an affordable housing agreement attached to them?
Not necessarily. I mean, for our inclusionary, we are going to require them to be deed restricted and have an agreement. But affordable units in general just meet those thresholds of very low, low, or moderate. But if you, for purposes of this chapter, if you want to modify it.
Well, I think we're requiring affordable units, and I'm just wondering, how do we? This definition is for this chapter. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't a loophole. That's all.
No, because the rest of the chapter does specifically state agreement and a covenant are going to be required, and the restriction requirements as well.
Okay. So anybody else? And I'm good then.
I think this was valuable because this captures units that are not specifically created by this ordinance. So we have affordable units already in the city, granny flats and such, that meet this requirement. They're not deed restricted, they're just affordable.
So is this, these are just definitions only applicable within this chapter, right? So for instance, an ADU that somebody is renting for less than the AMI level,
no,
that is technically affordable, that wouldn't be included in that definition there, or would it?
If it's required for the inclusionary, then it would be a deed restricted inclusionary unit.
So I think all we're trying to say here is that affordable units, that inclusionary affordable units can now include moderate.
Yep.
You know,
but we haven't created a threshold for moderate. We can remove moderate at this time.
No.
Why? Well, I'm just trying to understand, because all the requirements we put in place are low and very low. If I don't know, is that something that's we could add tonight, or we were considering adding tonight, is a requirement for moderate or an alternative requirement for moderate?
Staff is not.
Okay.
We looked at several examples where, especially when we look at the R30 overlay portion, where they are talking about low, very low, low, and moderate. And that's why I asked so many follow-up questions trying to figure out what is moderate. So I'm thinking I don't want to, people will Google this and pull up this piece. And if it says affordable unit is something that's deed restricted, then people are going to go, oh, well, my cheap unit is not affordable.
Right.
So I think within context here, affordable unit makes perfect sense. And when we,
as long as we all agree that it just only applies to this chapter, and so it's technically an inclusionary affordable unit without the inclusionary in front of it.
Commissioner Doyle, this is Commissioner Flicker.
Yes.
You're comfortable with okay.
Well, I mean, it's it's not, very low affordable units have a precise definition elsewhere in our code, as does low. Moderate does not have as clear of a definition in my perspective.
Correct.
Well, actually, no, on page 1 of this document, it defines affordable unit means a dwelling unit to affordable to
I think, Susan, you're
income or moderate income households. I think there's a typo there. I think it should be saying affordable unit means a dwelling unit to be affordable to low, very low income or moderate income households. Is there a typo there? Is there
Just
something
hard to
left
read, I
out?
think, with the strike throughs.
I think the word, oh, I see, low, comma, low income or moderate income. I see, it's all there. Okay.
You know, and this is not an, I mean, honestly, this isn't really an actionable definition. It's like, you can't say, well, it said affordable unit is one of these three things, and so I did it, because specifically in the code, I expect this to be talking about percentages of which, what, you know, what you need to hit these, to meet these requirements.
Is that actually true, guys?
I don't know yet. It's
Okay.
further on in the code, I believe.
Okay, fair enough.
Aren't all
Fair
these
enough.
levels of affordability defined by the state density bonus law?
It's defined by our health and safety code,
Yeah.
by the state's health and safety code. And so it is, we do reference those definitions within these definitions. And we have proposed to add the definition for moderate income households.
So Jennifer, how much say does I'm just going to go out here on a limb, guys. Sorry. How much say does a city, Encinitas, have over what that means when it comes to what the state mandates?
Are you referencing the percentage of income?
Yeah.
We have ranges that we can fall within, but if it's but there's also some set restrictions.
And how often does that move? I'm just curious.
And the actual numbers are going to move every year. The percentages stay the same. So the actual income.
Makes sense. Okay, what?
Your area median income is going to change every year.
Of course.
And then the percentage of that area median income is going to stay the same for each one of those levels.
So they're still going to hold that within that range.
Correct. So
Well,
Go ahead,
in the
Barbara.
inclusionary, you can have different numbers in your inclusionary ordinance, but we felt it would be easier for administration and also to make sure that the units would qualify under state law as very low, low, and moderate, to try to conform the definitions in this to the state law definitions as well, which are also used for density bonuses, because it can get very confusing if inclusionary units have slightly different numbers than density bonus units.
Exactly.
And so,
Yep.
the definitions here, the staff worked to try to make sure they were all consistent with state law, basically.
Yep.
And so these are these state law definitions are used in density bonus law, housing element law, and also in a lot of the housing programs that the state funds.
Okay, Barbara, I'm going to ask you, I'm sorry, Chair, but I'm just going to ask one last question and I'll shut up for everybody.
No, you've been quiet, so go ahead.
Barbara, so for us as a planning commission, this seems like it undulates and it is a bit, you know, as the stuff goes, it changes. So are we good with this going forward as a city?
Actually, these definitions have not changed for many years. I've been I've been an attorney for, I have to think now, almost 17 years. And these definitions have essentially been fixed for the whole time. The only thing that changes are the actual income tables that Jennifer referenced. Yep. You know, where the state develops income tables that talk about what the median income is, and then have what the maximum income is at each income range. Mm-hmm. So the income tables change every year, as you would expect. Mm-hmm. But these definitions have essentially remained the same for quite a while.
and have, Barbara, the rules kind of stay the same as well?
Which rules? There's a lot of.
I know, I guess what I'm saying is I'm
The-
trying to help be like helpful to say to people, hey, this stuff is stuff that's been around for a long time. It's not something that we're trying to, do.
I mean, the other rules that have remained the same for a long time are how you calculate maximum rents and maximum sales prices.
Okay.
So there's a formula. It just referenced, for instance, for affordable rent for a very low income household is 30% of 50% of median income divided by 12. Affordable rent for a low income household is 30% of 60% of median income divided by 12. And affordable rent for a moderate income household is 30% of 110% of median income. And then the numbers are a little bit different in calculating affordable sales price. But those kind of rules have remained the same for a long time.
Well, Susan, to your point, and I will shut up, I think that's kind of your point, right? Is how can people get into the market, right?
Well, I have a little bit different question for Barbara. Is extremely low income included in inclusionary housing? Is it required?
No, it's not required. It's not required to be included in inclusionary. And there's also formulas for, there's also formulas for what counts as extremely low income and how you calculate the rent. There's not a requirement that you include it in your inclusionary ordinance. A few cities do so, but not many because the subsidy is so great. And then you get fewer units.
So that what we have to have is for inclusionary housing to be affordable, it's at 80% or lower of MI, basically.
For it to count as lower income housing. Yes, that's correct.
So if we do add the moderate area, we have to keep it at 80%, right, of AMI?
Well, if you keep it at 80% of AMI, it's low income housing. It's not
if we want it to count as
yes,
low.
if you want it to count as a lower income unit, yes.
I got it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions on page 20? Moving on to 21. Anybody? I don't have any. Not seeing anything. 22. I think Amy or Susan, somebody said they had something on 22.
I did. This is Steve.
Okay.
I guess my question is, do we want to be applying this fee to additions to single family houses? If someone, this is not typically a developer type of project, it's a homeowner wanting to improve their own house. Should they be paying this fee? I'm looking at residential development shall mean the definition to be any addition of 500 square feet or more. I don't know that I particularly care about the definition. It seems fine. I guess it's later on where we apply the inclusionary fee.
Steve, I'm right there with you on that one.
Yeah, and what do you do when it's you're replacing a 500 or 1,000 square foot house with a 5,000? And the nexus in my mind is, are there more people living there, and does it require more affordable services, people of the affordable services? And I think it does. So I don't like it. Again, like I said before, I don't like it, but if I'm going to apply it to a single family residential, I think I should apply it to a 1,000 square foot tear down that is growing by more than 500 square feet. So
I could agree with you in the two extremes, right? And I guess it's where is that transition point? I hate to think that we're pricing out the middle class from owning a home in Cardiff or Encinitas.
Yep.
For fear of the McMansion coming in. or we only emphasize on all the affordable?
Oh, and that's important. The sliding scale we talked about, going from, and we talked about this last time, so you wouldn't have heard it while it was on the tape, but a single unit has a 14% proration of the fee. So 25 times 14% gives us whatever number that is, $3 approximately per square foot. So a single family addition of 1,500 square feet would be $3 times that. So the fee wouldn't be $70,000. It would be
5,250.
There you go. Wow, that's so. Does that help at all, Steve?
No, I understand that math. Yeah. Having built a house for myself in Encinitas, I know that I paid thousands and thousands of dollars to the city and all sorts of fees. So I guess I'm sensitive to anything that kind of brings that price up.
Yeah. Well, and this is going to bring the price up potentially, right? It's going to drive additional costs, but it's costs that are mandated by the state, or I should say it's requirements mandated by the state, but not funded. And so now we need to have a funding mechanism, unfortunately. And the one thing I like the 500 square foot threshold or a threshold. That means if it's a minor addition, it's none. And then if once you go a foot over that, it's you don't pay for the 501, you only pay for the 1 foot. So Susan, then Amy. And then I think Kevin.
Well, to be honest, even 500 square feet, I think any amount of square feet, there could be a sliding scale that would be appropriate. I think if it's something like a repair, let's say you have a flood damaged section of the house and you replace that section of the house, I could see exempting it. It's not your fault that you had to rebuild your house because of the flood damage. But otherwise, I think if you're adding new, I think that sliding scale could apply even all the way down to 1 square foot, you know. If it's $1 up to, 250 square feet and, $2 up to 500 or something, I don't see why they shouldn't equally share in this funding mechanism that we are implementing, because we, like you say, we're not getting funding elsewhere. And we have a requirement that we have to comply with. So I would put it on every square foot that's built that's not a repair type situation.
And Amy, and then Kevin.
Okay, and again, I love my fellow commissioners, but maybe I'm missing something. So ADUs, AUs, those are all being taken differently, correct?
Those are exempted.
Correct. However, to Susan's great point, say I've got, slippage, slidage, whatever that's going on, and I'm gonna just like add on an extra bedroom or whatever to my current dwelling unit. I could technically rent it out, but it's still on my dwelling unit. I mean, I don't know. This to me, guys, is yucky. Does anybody else follow what I'm saying?
I think I lost you there.
Okay, so what I'm saying is like what Susan's talking about. So say that there is, not that this is hopefully going to happen to any of us, but there's like a flood and, stuff gets washed down and you're going to recreate, but you're going to have to do a couple of extra square feet on your current, quote unquote, current dwelling, right? But that current dwelling could possibly also then provide you maybe, hey, now we're going to do a granny flat, not, you know what I'm saying? Like we're going to do an extra unit. This is something that we're just going to, like, I guess, double tax. What are we doing here?
The granny flat is exempt, and
no.
And repairs to your building are exempt.
Yeah.
Okay, Susan, what were you talking? Because I followed what you were saying, Susan. Like if somebody had,
what I said was I didn't think we should exempt any amount of square footage, but we can sliding scale it down appropriately so that it's not a burden for the builder, and the owner, more importantly, the owner. So I just don't know why we want to say, oh, well, go ahead, build 500 square foot, and we won't have you share in funding affordable housing in Encinitas, even though you probably could afford to, but we'll just give you 500 square feet, carte blanche.
Yep.
But everybody else has to pay.
Yep.
So I don't think that's fair. I think if I can afford to build a 2,000 square foot addition, and I should pay something on that addition. And if I can afford to pay build a 500 square foot addition, I can probably afford something toward the funding mechanism that is for affordable.
Well,
so I'm looking at right after here. I'm not looking at the part. I think you thought I was looking at something below there, the surplus affordable unit. I'm not talking about that. I'm not that far down. I'm only looking at the red area where it says construction of an additional 500 square feet or more and I think all square footage should have some amount of inclusionary in lieu.
No matter what.
And I think Kevin had his hand up, then Amy. Okay, Kevin, did you have your hand up?
Real quick, I was just saying the 500 square foot number seems arbitrary to me. It's a lot if you're living in a 1,000 square foot home, an old home. It's not even a full-size bedroom for grandma if you're living in a bigger home. I think, Amy, I understood some of your points. Suppose I added another 500 feet and turned it into a junior ADU. So I could acquire new, in the course of fixing my flood damage, which the insurance would pay for, I would pay a little extra and build an extra room. That's not necessarily bad. If you own a home and you want to build an extra bedroom, that's when I was a kid, it was, if you could do it, you did it. We didn't have as many rules back then. I was looking at this and saying, well, perhaps it could be something that went in based on the percentage of growth of the unit. So if you had a 1,000 foot home and you built a 4,000 or a 5,000 square foot mini mansion, you've added 4,000 square feet, 400% growth, whereas 500 feet would be a 50% growth. Maybe that way we could, but honestly, it feels messy and sloppy to me. I feel we micromanage a lot of things. It's like, we're giving a free 500 square feet. Should we or shouldn't we? That's what it boils down to. Susan says, no, we shouldn't. And the rest of us haven't quite said whether, well, I can't tell exactly what you mean when you make that motion, Amy, but unmute.
She'll talk next when you're done.
Okay. I'm done.
Amy, go ahead.
No, your point's correct. I agree with Susan. It's messy, it's sloppy, and to your point, it's arbitrary. And this is the one part that has gotten me. It's like, ugh, yuck. So I don't know if we can clean it up for the city council. I think we should.
So I'll go next then. I don't, I think the report stated some other local cities do by percentage. I think that's flawed because, you're basically saying, hey, if you're a huge house now, you can add a small, huge house in addition, and that has a real impact. So I can see the reasoning behind having some nominal number, whether it's 250 or 500, I don't know. Just looking at 500, it's a 22 foot by 22 foot addition. That's pretty good size. So I kind of like the idea of having some smaller number as a freebie, but just in order that when people rebuild things or they clean up an entryway, they have some that we're not just triggering all sorts of excess fees. I could go either way here, but you know, I support the 500 feet, but I would support 250 feet. And I could probably get argued into 0 feet too and do a sliding scale. So somebody make a proposal. Amy, you got the floor.
Sorry.
I am so impressed. I was going a little bit higher than 500 square feet, but okay. All right. That's our ceiling.
No. So whatever, tell us what you think.
You know what? I'm going to put Steve on the floor. All right, Steve, come on.
I don't think it should be less than 500. In my mind, I was going from 500 to 1,000.
Thank you.
Okay. To me, this is not going to make or break the ordinance. So
I don't think it will make or break the ordinance either. I'm just hesitant to, this is just adding cost to housing. And these are homeowners who are not the ones that can go build an inclusionary unit to satisfy the inclusionary rule.
I'm totally supportive of having an exclusion. I think we don't want to lean on our homeowners who are not moving anywhere. They just want to build an extension. You know, it adds more hassle. It's a big pain in the butt, and it's not going to generate us a ton of money. Not this part. I mean, it's possible it could, but you know, we'll be giving up, 500 feet worth of in lieu fees at a sliding rate.
Yep.
So 500 times 25, even the worst, times 0.1666. We're talking, oh, wow, $2,000. It's $2,000 worth of an allowance for you to build something new to your house.
Wait, isn't there a proration in there? Did you miss?
Probably. Is it?
Jennifer, what would we'll ask staff.
This is
one official
of. It's not.
If somebody adds I think you have an example already built.
I did, but based on the current recommendation of $25 that we talked about, and then at 14% of that is $3.50 per square foot for a single family home and or an addition. So an addition is $350 times $500 or 500 square feet is $1,750.
So what you said, Kevin?
I think the citizens of Encinitas deserve that stimulus for every household. Now there's a risk here. I'm looking at this. It's like, well, I could basically build, as long as I don't mind building it 500 feet at a time, I could build a house as big as I want. And perhaps we should put a time constraint on this so that people don't submit a new permit every 3 months.
I think there's other code provision that, I mean, there's FAR, lot cover. I mean, there's other things that ultimately we've established that in certain zones, there's some limit to the development, right?
True, although the FARs, I mean, we've never hit those. It's we're very generous in our code there. So that's usually not an issue.
Yeah.
You know, there's a couple of places in the R15, R25 zone along Old Encinitas near the bluffs where, yeah, they're building up to close to 60% sometimes. Yeah. But they're the only ones who approach that limit.
I know RR2 doesn't even have a FAR, so.
Yeah, it would be a joke otherwise.
So I'm hearing 0, 500, and 1,000 as an exemption. So we're kind of not on a consensus here yet.
I'll go with 500. I'll put myself out there first.
Okay, I would second that. Susan or Amy or Steve.
I can support that.
I got one no, and Susan, you have your hand up still, but I don't know if that's
well, what I think that as an architect, I've seen them do it where they add 500 square feet and then they come back and add another 500 and so on. So that's the thing that is one of my fears and reasons why I would just go ahead and say, you know, blanket. Or maybe you do need a time, a one time one time per house. Once that house has that 500 for free, that's it. They've used up their ticket, kind of, I don't know, something like that. But you need some kind of control mechanism so that they don't incrementally build a 3,000 square foot addition.
Yeah, the likelihood they're going to do that, and the cost that they would burn far more than this fee, I believe, in getting contractors out in increments like that. You know, I don't think that's a real worry in this case. We're at 500 square feet at such a small threshold. So I would not support a time limit, but anybody else?
I'm content to move on from this point.
Yeah, I want to make sure we have consensus, and I think we're
No,
3-2.
Or is not. I'd like to hear from her, please.
you do not from me, but let's keep going.
Are you in
Okay.
the 0 or 1,000 category?
1,000.
1,000.
Sorry, Steve. I'm going for it.
Okay, so we have a nice little bell curve from 1 at no, 0, 3 at 500, and 1 at 1,000. So we're kind of averaging the difference. So
Yeah.
maybe this is
And
a
I
case
think
where we
Steve
just
started
say,
out as 1,000 also.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah. I mean,
One of the
that's
things that makes,
reasonable. All right, anyways.
average
Yeah.
on this one is 600, by the way.
So see, you'd be out of compliance.
so if we can move on, just in the interest of time, we'll when we formulate a motion, the person that makes the motion can throw it out, and if we can see where it lands.
Chair, can I ask a question? Call to order.
Sure.
So at what point do we start making motions as we go through this incredibly deep document?
I would get through the document, I think.
Okay,
My
is,
thought, I'm open to.
well, I was
but-
just gonna say, is somebody on staff like actually taking
I'm
record on
keeping
what
I'm
we're doing
keeping a
here?
scoreboard, if
Okay.
that'll help.
Okay, cool.
So as far as fee level, sliding scale,
Cool.
Cost index, and then I have a little sub thing for 0, 500, 1,000.
Okay, I trust you implicitly, but just, like I said, new to this, so just tell me what I'm supposed to do.
Okay, I think we're okay. We kind of hit it at the policy level, and now we're going down through the detail. So anything else on page 22?
'24 is my next.
On page 22, it's the residential development uses term dwelling unit. And I assume that does not include an ADU or JADU. I know they say they're exempt, but I'm trying to make sure that the code reads correctly, that when I almost think it should say not including ADU, JADUs. I know we later exempt them, but.
So, you're talking about up in the applicability section?
Yeah, I believe so.
So it's all residential development except for anything that's exempted below. And so there's lots of different types, including the ADU that are exempted.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then on exemption A1, it says units, number of units. Could we add dwelling in front of that? And then also on page 22, we talk about very low income units. Where was that?
Households?
Yeah, very low income households. Should we be explicit and say that includes very low and extremely low? Because isn't that how it typically is that we usually, the presumption is 50% of very low households are the very low and extremely low?
That's in the housing element law. It just says it includes extremely low because it says it's households, excuse me, whose income does not exceed very low income limits.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it is there.
Yeah.
Okay. 23, page 23. Let's see. On
Wait,
7,
Yeah,
on number
can,
7 there.
exactly. Can you hang on for 1 second? Yep. Okay. Whoever's gonna.
Which number do you want to go after there, Amy? Wait,
You're muted, Amy.
Sorry, 6 and 7.
Okay.
yeah. You have a question or a comment?
Just you guys go, but I think I don't want to just busy everybody's time. I think we have the same questions.
Okay. On number 7, I thought ADUs could be used to count towards up to 5 of the inclusionary units. And I think, am I reading that correctly?
So accessory dwelling units can be used to provide or meet the inclusionary requirement, but building an ADU on the site does not trigger inclusionary requirements.
How is that humanly possible? How does that work?
I think it's because it would have to be deed restricted and it isn't.
No, I think, Jennifer, what you were saying is number 7 is saying that if you come into a development and can add 10 accessory dwelling units, there's no requirement. This chapter does not require you to dedicate some of those as inclusionary. Isn't that what you're saying 7 means?
That's correct. The construction of ADUs will not trigger an inclusionary requirement. So if you built an ADU and or multiple ADUs, it would not count as one of those units that would then be 10% or 15% of them would then be required, or more than that.
Yeah.
Can I raise
Is that
my
a
hand?
state law?
No, this was something we've seen in other ordinances, but also the fact that the city in our housing element and city council is looking to promote the development of accessory dwelling units.
Okay.
You can only, the city can only place requirements on ADUs that are listed in state law, and putting inclusionary requirements on them is not one of the things listed. Does that make sense?
No.
Yeah.
The state does not allow.
Oh, and the exaction fee.
Yeah. The city can apply impact fees to ADUs, but not to ADUs less than 750 square feet. But the city has a policy, and it's stated in our housing element, that the city is waiving all fees for ADUs. In terms of imposing inclusionary requirements on ADUs, state law limits the kinds of restrictions cities can place on ADUs, and affordability requirements are not one of those restrictions that's permitted.
Okay.
Go ahead,
And
Susan.
Susan, then Amy.
Well, basically ADUs cannot be deed restricted, and that's the legal thing. And inclusionary units are deed restricted in perpetuity, right? So it's an impossibility. That's what the lawyer said, I believe. Is that what you said?
If a developer proposes ADUs to meet his or her inclusionary requirement, then they can be deed restricted. That's a voluntary. The developer is essentially proposing it voluntarily. On the other hand, for the city to impose deed restrictions on on just an ADU attached to a single family home, or to a multifamily home for that matter, then the city is restricted by the limits of what it can impose on an ADU by state law. Does that make sense?
No.
Amy, you had a question too?
Yeah, I just, my clarification question, Barbara, is this. I think Susan and I are on the same page here okay, so I've got a lot of friends that might want to build ADUs, right? And help the housing problem, correct? That's not, how is that like computed into the overall housing equation?
If the ADUs are actually rented at an affordable rent, then they count as helping to meet the city's affordable housing needs, whether or not they're deed restricted.
Right, but if I'm somebody that's looking to build that ADU, how does the city tell me that?
Jennifer can talk about that, but the city does a surveys everyone who builds an ADU. Jennifer, do you want to explain?
I think there's a couple of different questions kind of floating around. So the first is, this is exempting certain types of residential development from the inclusionary requirements. So
Yep.
Currently our inclusionary requirements are 10% or 15%.
Yep.
What Barbara is talking about is the state law specifically states that you can build an ADU on your property that meets these requirements, and those specific requirements, basically are allowing you to build that ADU. We cannot charge or place restrictions on that allowance. And so you can build those on each single family, wherever a single family home is. And then multifamily has its own types of ADU allowances.
Mm-hmm.
Barbara, did I say that a little bit?
You said it absolutely correctly. Then the third issue is, how can you count those as helping meet the city's lower income housing needs?
Correct.
And that's when we do the survey. So when they are constructed or when they get a building permit issued, we ask them, how much are you going to rent this unit for? And then we document that and then report that to the state every year.
Oh boy. Okay. Okay.
Anything else on?
Jump in real quick. One thing I really loved in this, when we did the housing element report, that's when apparently the past surveys seem to indicate that 25% of ADUs come in as affordable and 30% affordable to moderate. So 55% is a really good percentage for our affordable units. It's like way better than our.
Kevin, sorry,
Yes.
Commissioner Doyle, are those
You
getting?
can call me Kevin.
Are those getting actually counted into our count for the state?
Yes, I asked that question specifically, and it was once a year they'll get tallied up and they will get reported to the state, and we will get credit for them.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we get credit for the lower income.
For the lower income, the
And
moderate.
for moderate.
And moderate.
And moderate. Oh,
And moderate?
And moderate and above moderate. So so the city's getting a substantial, I believe we're claiming now 125 total units a year.
mm-hmm.
What?
Jennifer, am I correct?
We had 129 building permits issued for ADUs last year.
Right.
Excellent.
And in the housing element, it's actually making up a substantial portion of the city's lower income housing needs in the housing element.
Outstanding.
I thought we only got credit for, I guess in the arena numbers, for 25% is what we claim.
Right. But
It's not 129 total ADUs, not just low income.
Right. So 25% of those get credited toward about 25% get credited toward low income. I can't remember the number for moderate income, and then the remainder for above moderate. So it does help to meet the city's
Well,
RENA
yeah.
in all the categories.
But our moderate, we've never been that short of. Our real problem as a city has always historically been, like most other cities in California, hitting the lower numbers. That's the 838 we need. And for that, we don't get the 120 credit. We get the 48 or whatever, which is
But
about historically what we've claimed.
Well, the city hasn't had to rezone to meet the lower income to meet the moderate income numbers. But in terms of being exempt from SB 35 and other provisions, the state is now looking at how cities are doing meeting their moderate income numbers. So the ADUs help.
Yeah, I understand they help, but the crux of our historic problem has been hitting those really low numbers, and it doesn't help as much there. I like to look at it, how many above moderate and above moderate do I have to build in order to get the credit for the 25%? So that's a 3-to-1 ratio. And then if we look at the with our 15% inclusionary, like we talked earlier, it's a 6-to-1 or 5-to-1 ratio. So it's more efficient, it's better, but it's still, we still have to have a lot of other units in order to get our lower income units. So moving, anything on page 24? I think 24 at the top is the big discussion we need to have, which is
the big one.
Yeah. Who wants to lead this one off? Want to go with Steve, and then Amy, you still have your hand up, or is that our residual?
Residual.
Okay. Go ahead, Steve.
I might be missing the point. I'm not sure what the big one is, but I'm looking at item B.
Item A.
Okay, well, if I could jump to item B because it relates to the ADUs.
Okay.
This is saying that a developer could build an ADU to satisfy an inclusionary unit requirement. That ADU would be restricted to low income or lower income, but the homeowner does not have to actually rent that ADU. They could choose to use it as a pool house or a guest room for themselves. Only if they choose to rent it will it actually contribute towards the affordability. And that's what you were just discussing, I think, with the survey to find out how much.
So this would be a deed restricted ADU, and so it automatically would be counted towards our RENA.
Right. Even I may own a deed restricted ADU, but I could choose just not to rent it.
Yep. You could choose not to rent it, but maybe the next owner chooses to, or next year you choose to, and when you do choose to, then it is restricted.
Okay, thank you.
Huh. I hadn't realized that, so that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Well, let's talk percentages. I have concerns about, we already do it, allowing ADUs to fulfill this, but I think we should talk about the, I'll call it citywide percentages for ownership versus rental. I actually think we should stay at 15 and 10 for the ownership here for a couple of reasons. One, that most other cities, that's where they are in the entire state. And I think we're right there at where it becomes significant. I like the fact that we're adding the in lieu fee to capture those fractionals and generate some money. And we're already capturing now 15 and 10. We just upped it, what, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I guess now. And now the rental, I'd be open to going to 20 and 15 like's recommended here, but I think the other problem I have is going to 20%. If somebody chooses the lower income, a very low income, that they're going to be a by right, lower income, they'll be a by right, right? Wouldn't that give them by right approval?
By
There's
right.
only, how would that happen?
Go ahead, Jennifer.
The by right is applicable only to the R30 housing element sites.
Oh, it is? Oh, good. Okay. Well, that helps. So, What's everybody else think?
I personally would be supportive of holding on with the 10 and 15. I've already made my feelings clear on the realistic nature of ownership of affordable units. I think it's a trap for lower income households. We'd be better off setting up a way for them to save that same money fairly. It's that's where I feel. In terms of the rental, I think rental is really that's where you get your leg up. That's where you become a homeowner. That's how you work your way towards that. I mean, giving someone a house for $95,000 now and having them trapped there forever, and it's like, oh God, I'd love to take that job, but then I'm going to have to sell my house because I'll no longer apply. It's it's a flawed concept, I think. Unless we're going to like pay for people to have these houses, then, and which is essentially what we're doing. We're making somebody else pay for them. But I don't, making more of them, I think, is a bad idea.
So you're thinking the opposite. A question I have is, does the wait, the question just escaped me. If there's an income, this question for Jennifer, the income verification is it annual? In other words, if somebody is in a lower income house and deed restricted and they start making more money, they actually have to move out then, correct?
Not if they're a homeowner.
Yeah.
Not if they're a homeowner.
Yeah, no. Once they're an owner, they can stay there regardless of their income. The motivation to move, I think, is what Commissioner Doyle said, that you can get very little equity. So if you once start making enough money so that you could buy another home, you probably are going to move because your equity only increases by the increases in median income. And, you know, for quite a few years, increases in median income have not kept up with percentage increases in housing costs.
Yep.
So, you know, if you start making substantially more than low income, or than low income in particular, you're going to look to move. I mean, to sell your home and move. Yeah.
We do require with the household, if you're an owner, is that you cannot rent it out.
Right.
If you qualified when you purchase the property at that income level, you are not allowed to rent out a portion of your home.
That's right.
Oh, wow.
That's right. That's right.
Cool.
Yeah, so my feeling is I would want to craft something that would disincentivize that option.
Exactly.
Disincentivize the for sale product?
Correct. I think it's a trap for people of lower income.
Yep.
I think they're better off renting at that extremely low rent, as opposed to paying down a loan, where the payment is not, it's only a very small portion of it is saved. I don't know, maybe I'm totally off base on this, but this has always felt this way. It feels like, oh my God, if I had someone I loved, I would say, no, please don't do that. You will regret it. Maybe not now, but 5 years from now, you will regret what you did. And you'll end up selling it for whatever you got for it. And, you know, just spun your wheels for 5 years.
Yeah. But then again, it also gives people control. You know, there's some, I'm sorry. I thank
I'd rather
you, Susan.
hear what Susan has to say right now.
Yeah, Susan then Steve. Sorry about that, Susan.
Okay, Kevin, you're forgetting about appreciation. Even if they only make interest payments and they never paid principal, they could be doubling their investment in a very short time, depending on what appreciation does. So don't forget about appreciation. But also, let's take an example. I would like to take a look at an example for percentages of a fourplex, okay? I'm going to build 4 units. Now I look at my chart here on percent, I think it should just be 25% for every single one of these. And that way, if they build a fourplex, one unit will be one of these, fall into one of these buckets. That seems the easiest. But let's say they build 7 units. Then what happens? How many units out of the 7 would have to fall into one of these buckets if it was 25%, just to make it an easy example?
My impression was that it would be 1.75, and actually, did we say 7 units? So then it would round up to 2.
Yeah. So it would round up to 2.
No, and just to be clear,
that'd be okay with me.
You mentioned appreciation, and I think we touched base on this. The appreciation is fixed based on the mean income. These don't appreciate like normal properties. They only go up.
No. Appreciation. Appreciation. When I bought my first condo, I want to let you know something, you guys. I bought my first property. It was a condo. I was a first-time buyer. I was a single woman. I was unmarried. I had no partner. I could not get my grandma or my parents to write me a letter for the bank loan. It was all on me, just on me. And I managed to buy my first property in pricey Santa Monica, okay? And so how much did it appreciate? What did I walk away with? I came in with nothing, basically. And I walked away with $65,000 in 4 years. For me at that time in 1996, it was fantastic. So I think and I basically had only been working for LAUSD as a teacher for 1 year. I had very little to show for myself at that point in time. So it actually was, for me, a huge thing. It was huge. Yeah. My life was never the same after that. I was the property owner.
I totally understand what you're getting at, but these units, affordable units, do not appreciate. You're not going to make 60 grand in 4 years. You're going to make, assuming the salaries go up, you bought it for 95, you might be able to sell it for 100. The amount you'll be able to sell for will be fixed by the state.
Let me interrupt.
I wasn't done. The other aspect of it is it's yours. In my little condo, I was able to put in a planter rail with, my irrigation and do all the things I wanted to do because it was mine. So that's another aspect.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. Let me interrupt, and then we'll get to. I think Steve, you had your hand up earlier. I don't know if you still do, and
I lost the thread of where we were going, but I want to say I follow with what Commissioner Doyle is saying. Because you buy in at a subsidized rate, you don't get to enjoy all that appreciation of a for sale project.
Yeah, and I was going to have staff reiterate that. I don't know whether it was Jennifer or whether Barbara said it. Just let's be really clear on, in a for ownership situation, if you can explain the appreciation of the asset and what the lower income homeowner can take advantage of. Either Jennifer or Barbara.
Jennifer, do you want to explain that? I think we both can.
So when let's say somebody when we determine what the sales price is, it is as defined. It has a set aspect. So we're going to look to see if it's low or very low, and that's going to set what that person is able to afford. So it's going to set that max sales. Sorry, I had to pull my numbers. So it's going to set the actual sales price per month, but it's also going to deduct HOA fees and utilities, insurance. And at the end of the day, we're going to get a value. It doesn't have to do with the cost of the house or the cost of the land or what that value of that land or home is. When we go to sell it to somebody that qualifies at those levels. And so when an individual would then resell that property, we're going to look again at that year and say, all right, what is that percentage of the area median income that's going to set that value and deduct the HOA fees again and what the current utilities are based on the utility schedule and the insurance rates at the time, and then also the interest rate at the time. So we have to go we have to set all those things. And then that tells me what that price can be sold at, the max price.
And so that increments typically on average at the AMI growth, right? Although interest rates will play into it too, but assuming interest rates are the same, that's the point I wanted to make sure, Susan, you understood, is that the homeowners in this case don't really have the same advantage you had as a private individual. So now, Steve, you had your hand up, and then I think Amy, you had your hand up after that. So
Yeah, I was agreeing with what I thought I heard you and Kevin both say, that you were supportive of leaving the ownership percentages as they are, and you would increase the rental percentages to 20 and 15% respectively. And I would support that as well.
okay. And who was next? Amy, I think.
Yes.
Was that a no? Okay. Who? So I don't know that I understand the where we are yet. I think I've heard.
I'm not quite sure where we are either.
Well, I'm trying to find a consensus. I think I've heard everything from Susan at 25% across the board to Steve and I at kind of a mix to Kevin diametrically opposed to that mix.
Well, here's the thing. If we do the mix, we're going to be incentivizing one or another of these two options.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure really by keeping the ownership low and the rental high that we're incentivizing the right thing. And in that case, now I'm leaning towards, I think whatever they are, they should be the same. If they're different, then we're making a call. We're forcing somebody's hands to do one or the other. Do you see where I'm going? I mean, if it's,
Yeah,
I'd say, well, if you're going to do it as an ownership project, then, you only need 15%. But,
Okay.
you're doing a rental, so you're going to have to do 20. So you're going to say,
So,
well, maybe I'll structure this as an ownership project.
Okay, so which level would you put it at? The current or the increased by 5?
Now I'm thinking that perhaps the thing to do would be to be increasing the ownership percentage and lowering the rental, which would incentivize more rental projects as opposed to, although 10 and 15 is just disgusting. I don't like those numbers. They're too darn low. I think
based on the Nexus study or based on what?
well, no, that one's more, sorry, I had to get that out. That was more based on my gut. It feels the Nexus study showed that we could go up to 15 and 20. I think pretty much we should accept staff's recommendation as I see it, 15, 20, 15, 20.
Yeah, and I split it, and I agree with your argument that maybe that's not our job, what's important to me was the R30 having higher, so I can go with whichever recommendation the consensus goes.
I think where we're gonna have some serious impact tonight, it would be with the R30 potential, the R30 overlay. But for this, I think staff's recommendation, I would go that way.
And Amy and Susan, what are your thoughts? Either Amy or Susan want to weigh in? I think Steve, Kevin, and I have, as far as the actual numbers on this page A1, A2.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was talking to the ether. I'm so sorry.
Oh.
So Commissioner Doyle, I completely agree with you, R30, and I also with you, Commissioner, that's solid. This one, that's a tough one. Yeah, I don't know. Can we take this and continue to look at it or not?
I think our goal is to get a recommendation together and move this along. We may come to the end of the night and decide it's 9:30, so we got a nominally a half hour more unless we extend. And we may give direction and ask for her to come back one more time, but I'm trying to work us to a consensus, like all good commission chairs should.
And very important to remember that we are not the final arbiters here. Council is going to come in and last time I remember pushing through something for the inclusionary ordinance, they had completely different ideas than I did. So, our goal is to do the very best we can and know that council is also going to do the best they can.
Yeah, Commissioner Doyle, Dalton, and Susan, my dear friend. I don't know.
Where would you put the numbers? Let's just throw them out there.
Kevin, I agree with what you said about not skewing it, not having the numbers be different. I think that you're right. With staff's recommendation of 2015 for owning and 2015 for renting, it's up to them, we're not pushing it one way or the other. I hadn't thought about that. Developers. And I think it's good, either go up maybe even 25-20, 25-20. But if I can only get 2015, I'm with you, Kevin.
Okay.
Susan, what do you mean by that, honey? What do you mean?
Well, I think the more inclusionary units we can have, the better. And I think that if we can get 25% and 20 for ownership and 25 and 20% for rental, that would be really great for me in terms of what I would like to see. However, in the interest of coming to a consensus, I would steer more toward Kevin's solution. And also I liked that he thought about it. He's always thinking ahead of how does this play out when they're actually being considering, what are we going to build? Well, let's see what our incentives are, and it's more incentivized to do one or the other. I'll do the one that's got the best incentive. So instead, as a commissioner, if we make a recommendation that's a little more incentivized for renting or a little more incentivized for owning, it's like we're sort of steering them to that choice. And so instead of steering them, if we leave the numbers the way staff recommended, 2015 for owners or 2015 for renters, it's really not us that's making that choice then. It is the developer's choice as to how they have it play out.
So I'm hearing,
I think that's good.
Steve, you got your hand up. Go ahead, Steve.
I'm in consensus with Kevin. I think with you, Bruce. I could not support going higher than the numbers staff has recommended, but I could support treating for sale and rentals the same way with the same numbers.
So I think we have consensus on that, on using rental and owner being the same. And I'm hearing 15-20 being preferred. I haven't heard any strong staying at 10 or 15. Anybody?
Uh-huh.
You can, I'm just trying to get consensus to this point. If there's no objection to 10, to staff recommend, basically, I think what I'm hearing is the majority, not everybody, but the majority right now is on staff recommendation for the citywide portion. Except Susan wanted 25% if possible. I agree with Steve that I don't see it in the Nexus study. I could make many of the same arguments I did about the R30, that there's some additional profit, but we aren't giving them a increase in zoning in this case. So I think I would stick with 15, 20, no more.
I've done several models of this now, and at the smaller projects with the R5s, R8s, R11s, doesn't take much for them to fall off the edge in terms of affordability. And as Steve pointed out, I mean, these are developments that are usually done by smaller locals who are just trying to, build something better or a piece of Encinitas. These are not the big developers coming in, and There's meat on the table. We'll get to that.
Yeah, I think my one word of warning to council, to the city council, is that pushing this too high and everything becomes already density bonus, but now, it just, I think we're getting near the edge, or I think we're at the edge, is my point. So it's really going to be their choice. At that point, it'll become, much more than just what's feasible. I think one thing we could say is we agree that that with staff recommendation, although we leave the ultimate choice of the current or 20 to city council, which they're going to do it anyways. Susan?
Would this be a place where we should add anything about moderate, or is that just are we just thinking about that for R30 zoning?
I think just R30 zoning.
Yeah.
My opinion. Steve?
Kevin, were you were you suggesting that you might support keeping them as is at the current percentages?
At 10 and 15, only if I was going to incentivize one or the other. On second thought, I realized that I don't want to incentivize one or the other. I mean, we did the same thing with the design manual where we showed pictures of two types of roofs, and that's pretty much all we got for 20 years. Flat roofs or shallow peaks. So as soon as we micromanage, we stifle creativity. And we want developers to develop projects. We don't want to be doing it here.
I don't know. I've seen quite a few barrel roofs over my career. So
they had to they still qualify as peaked roofs, but the picture was just too clear. We drew pictures and people built that thing we drew pictures of.
I agree with that. I think we're a consensus on this, are we?
Yep, I think we can move on. Let's see, page, I had one more, A4. Where is there an 8? Page 20. Oh, I'm on 25, I'm sorry. So to move, unless there's something else on 24, moving on to 25. And A4 was one that concerns me, that we're limiting the size of inclusionary units to 2,000. And if we're in I think of Bonita as an example. We're saying that in with all those 5,000 square foot houses, you have to put a 2,000 square foot house. I don't agree with that. I think I like the 75%, and I think that ought to be we never want to make the inclusionary income restricted units stand out and have any sort of stigma to them. And there may be people with larger families.
The city council's reasoning when they limited the density to 2,000 square feet in the density bonus ordinance was that low-income families really cannot maintain a larger home. That was the concern.
Yeah, well.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
These are homes for lower income,
Yes,
or very low income persons.
Can you repeat what you just said? I'm sorry.
Yes, the council's concern was that larger homes couldn't be maintained.
Okay, you kept going.
That was my recollection as well.
That's all.
Cost of maintenance was higher on a larger home, and there was a concern around a larger home's cost and the inability of an individual to maintain those costs.
Is this Jennifer talking?
Yes, sorry.
Got it. Okay.
So we're saying that they have to live in, they have 4 or more people, they have a large household, large extended household, and they'll never have more than 2,000 square feet. And again, it's another giveaway. It's saying that the developer for their, when it actually rewards and incentivizes the developer to do bigger houses, bigger than 2,000, bigger than 2,000 or whatever, 75% of something equals 2,000. They're going to be bigger than that, right? I don't agree with this. I think that's a bad way to do it, unless somehow we're limiting the size of the houses. But people want larger houses, and you know, just stopping the inclusionary. Maybe there's a way. Could we? Could it be somehow that you capture the remaining value in fund? I'd be okay with that. In other words, that let's say 75% of the average square footage is a 4,000 square foot house, right? Because you're building all 5,000 square foot houses. And then basically you'd essentially be supplying half of what everybody else's inclusionary ratio is. Maybe we make up the rest in fractional in lieu fees. That would work better for me, because then at least I'm extracting what we talked about. And I don't know who had their hand up next.
Well, I'm just going to shout out, and Steve,
Okay.
I'm sorry that Susan are going to have to just listen over me. This drives me bananas. So go, guys. Bye.
Okay, Steve?
Well, could you elaborate what drives you bananas on this?
Oh, well, you don't want me to start, so go.
Okay.
Kind of do.
I kind of wanted to know what you wanted to say.
Yeah.
I guess I'm open for more discussion on this. I think that we need to think differently about single family houses and multifamily housing. And I don't think we're going to build the number of units we need if we are building a large number of single family houses. And so this provision seems to be doing both. It's saying you have to build at least a minimum size of 75%. And that seems to be counter to the idea of building a smaller unit in order to keep the affordability. And then the flip seems to happen in the second sentence. It seems to say you can't go, I guess it's inclusionary. Yeah, then they can't exceed 2,000. I'm not sure how that plays out.
Yeah, I agree with you. Amy, you
sloppy.
still have your hand up.
It's not really, it's not elegant, I'll say.
Yeah. Okay, Susan? You're muted.
Okay, I would just strike item 4 completely. Just strike that out. We don't need it. What we can have instead, you know, just based on bedroom count being proportional and dispersion through the development. I would strike that. I think it's problematic on multiple levels, and some people have already said the levels that they think it's problematic on. It's much easier just to strike it.
But Susan, why? Hello?
She's muted again.
I think you broke up as she said, Susan. I agree with her, but I'm wondering why.
Hello?
Well, the reason why is that it's just problematic in terms of, you know, the execution of it partly, but also I agree with Steve. We don't want to build bigger. We want to build smaller pretty much. And I also agree with City Council in terms of big houses are a lot more work to maintain and a lot more expensive to maintain. But in general, every time you build bigger, you're taking up more of the ground. And every time you take up more of the ground, you're taking away from wildlife habitat. Think about birds. Think about all the species of birds we have here because of the proximity to wetlands. And we have quite a bit of unbuildable land in valleys and areas that just aren't suitable. So we have a lot of wildlife. And when you build out more and more, larger and larger, you're taking up, you're putting in hard cover and don't get the penetration of rain. You don't have the same kind of ecosystem happening. So I don't want to incentivize building bigger. I don't want to tie that in. But also, I just think it's like also what Bruce said about, well, what if you have extended 3 generations living in one house and you wanted it to be bigger? So I just think from either point of view, whether you're looking at it should be smaller or bigger, why are we doing that? Because it's just sort of a problematic way to do it. Instead, I think, you know, what you're trying to do here is, you know, your intention is good. You want to have things so that the inclusionary units are not in any way of lesser design than the more expensive unit. And so that can easily be done by having, you know, similar space design, you know, that they have a kitchen and they have a, you know, same number of bedrooms or bathrooms or things like that. But I would not tie it to square footage. I think it's problematic either way I look at it.
Okay, Steve and Amy then.
I'm sorry, I didn't know my hand was up.
Oh, Amy. Amy, you're muted.
Can't hear you.
Steve, that happens to me all the time. I was just going to say to Susan, like, I completely get it. We are rebuilding the house. It was condemned. It used to house tons of people. I totally get it. We chose not to make it a cul-de-sac, right? Where there's tons of people living on it. But I'm just a little bit curious, how do we do a better job of educating the people that are then going to be building, living, and, you know, on our units? Because that's the one thing about this whole conversation that drives me crazy is nobody's talking about, okay, how do we help these people to know what they're supposed to do? Susan, what do you think?
Well, we don't really have to do that aspect of this in this particular ordinance. What we're looking at tonight is not in that. But I can tell you that every product that goes into a house comes with a manual. When it's a new house, when you move into that house, if you have a fireplace that's, you know, or a stove or a refrigerator, whatever it is, every aspect comes with a manual. And so there should probably be, you know, plenty of information that comes with the house, you know, at the time of sale.
Okay, I want to hop in here. I think Steve, you hit it on the nose for me. I was looking at it going there. Those two sentences in number 4 are completely at odds with each other. I know what the intent is, and but I still have, I don't know how to objectively specify that the lower income unit should not be markedly out of place, either in accoutrements or features or to some degree size, but at the same, and that was the thought behind 75% of the average square footage. But on the other hand, you know, shall not exceed 2,000 square feet. I don't like that either. And I don't know what the, you know, again, I go back to, well, if this were in lieu fee and cash, we could build a smaller house and pay the differential in lieu fee, and that way we're not incentivizing the builder to build huge houses, and because once they get above 2,000, they're free to go. But I'm either strike number 4 completely, like Susan suggested, or come up with a way to capture that inclusionary value that is slipping away with the 2,000 square foot limit. See, Roy, you wanted to, it looks like you got your hand up there. You want to step in and then we'll go through the others.
I just wanted to provide some background. So first of all, this is the same language that we have in the density bonus ordinance for affordable housing. So I would encourage the commission to be consistent with that, given that it's related to affordable housing. And those affordable housing, as you all know, inclusionary housing it can be used to satisfy the density bonus requirements. So that would be my recommendation. But the intent of this is that the inclusionary housing unit at least has to be 75%. However, in single family, it can't be more than 2,000. So the premise here is that the 75% is the minimum for single family.
Why?
2,000 is the maximum because of the concerns that the council raised in terms of the large units being difficult and costly to maintain by a low-income household. So that's
single family. Does it also include multifamily though? This doesn't say.
So the 75% applies to multifamily and single family.
Okay.
However, in single family, the maximum is 2,000. So if 75% is less than 2,000, then the minimum is the 75%. But they can't go more than 2,000 square feet. They can't exceed 2,000 square feet.
Okay, so I'm trying to think. I don't know, Kevin, you haven't talked in a while, so I'll let you go next, and then we'll just go Steve, then Amy.
Okay, real quick. I originally was thinking, yes, I would go along. I think Susan we micromanaged way too much, and I was going to favor striking this. That was before Roy reminded me that we have this exact same language in the density bonus ordinance, which is still crunching its way through HCD. I don't want to go back and change that, and I don't want these two to be different. So therefore, I would say, let's leave it as is. I would like to put this in our change log. I wouldn't mind revisiting this when we're doing code cleanup, and perhaps because honestly, this is something council will have to decide on. But I think we do too much micromanaging, and the more we micromanage, the more generic our product becomes. So I would be inclined to just make this go away. I mean, the whole, if you look at the next items, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they all have to do with dispersion and the mix of bedroom count. There's a lot of good thought that went into that. This one had a lot of thought, but not of the same quality. This is just a messy, sloppy, what the heck were they thinking when they did this kind of inclusion?
For tonight, what was I think you went from one side to the other.
Let's not rock the boat. Let's leave it just as it is, since it matches the density bonus law we just passed.
Okay, then Steve?
I don't disagree with you, Kevin. I think there's something for consistency. I don't want to revisit, density bonus. I would like to look at this in the future if that's something that can be put on our list. This makes more sense to me if you read it as separate requirements for multifamily apartments or condos. 75% works, but and for single family, the 2,000 works. But when you try to combine them, the minimum and maximum are flipped, meaning 75% of a 4,000 square foot house is 3,000 square feet. So you can't meet your minimum without exceeding your maximum of 2,000. So to me, if it's just clarified that the first sentence refers to multifamily units and the second sentence already identifies that it's single family, then I think the numbers are fine and they work with the density bonus.
Yeah, I think the intention is that it's both single family and multifamily for the 75%, and it's only single family for the 2,000 limit. So
I agree with that reading of it, but I think that's the challenge, that I don't think you can read it that way, because the minimum puts you higher than your maximum.
Yep.
So when we look at this, we apply the most conservative. So where it says in single family development, that supersedes the 75% requirement. So in any single family housing development, the inclusionary unit cannot exceed 2,000 square feet. However, if the 75%, for instance, if the 75% is 2,100, then they're limited to 2,000. But if the 75% is 1,800, then they can build a 1,800 square foot unit and not a 2,000 square foot unit
Okay.
in a single family development.
I support the way you're applying that. I don't know that that's explicit in this provision, but
Right.
I think for tonight, we leave it as is. It sounds like you you apply it in a way that's consistent with the way we're thinking, but maybe we revisit this in the future.
Okay, Amy, then Susan.
Literally, Steve, you're my new best friend. I mean, seriously, I love Kevin to death, but I mean, I'm telling you, yeah, what you were saying is what I was thinking. So thank you, Susan.
Okay, Susan? Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I'm not so sure why we would have to leave it. Why couldn't we just strike it and then make the recommendation that it be revisited in the density bonus law and end it? We could amend the density bonus law, no?
Yeah, I actually like it the way Roy described it, and I would support. What I would ask is staff goes back and basically better describes in 4 or adds another one and makes it multifamily and single family and explains it the way Roy just explained it, but make it more explicit here in the code. It's the same thing we're doing in density bonus. We're just cleaning up this code now, and then later we could apply a similar cleanup to density bonus. It's how it's being interpreted, but I want to make sure over time as different commissioners are up here and potentially different planners are in the planner's seat, that the future interpretation is the same. So we don't have to edit it here. I think we can make a recommendation. So Amy, I see a hand up and now, yeah.
I was just gonna ask you, Chair, like, how do you know who's edited what?
Who's edited? What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean, like, we are going to edit this stuff, and to your point, people come and go, but
yeah,
this is going to be under you, yes?
Well, we would approve direction to staff for the recommendation that this get clarified. Whether we, and if we felt strongly about it, which I don't, but we could have it edited and brought back, or we could explicitly edit it tonight. But we're going to run out of time. We've got 2 minutes before 10 o'clock.
You don't feel strongly
about having to wordsmith it here and now, but I do feel strongly that the wording needs improvement to fully make it clear to everybody reading it, the interpretation Roy was making. And I think I heard Steve and maybe 1 or 2 others agreed that interpretation was reasonable, and that for now we should leave it. Leave the 2 limits in there. So first thing I need to do is I need to either need to adjourn or make a motion to extend, and should we say a half hour?
Well, I would make a motion, if I could, to extend the meeting. I don't know if I have a second.
To what time?
Where are we at? Actually, I'm looking at my
clock right now.
10 p.m. It's 9:60 p.m. or something. Yeah.
Okay, so
9:59.
what would we guess, because we got people on the clock here. So
yeah.
What do we want to do, guys? I think it's enough for us to take a bathroom break and keep at this.
Well, it's a 400 some page long document. I don't think we're going to get through it tonight. I think we should just continue to the next meeting.
Could we try to consolidate some progress? I mean, could we make a motion on the items that we have covered and say up through 30.41.060, here's our recommendation, so we don't have to revisit this next time and we can move forward from this point?
And kind of along the same lines, what I was thinking is probably with another half hour, could we get through the line by lines, make recommendations to staff, and have them bring back those edits, and hopefully the line by lines be pretty much done. We could also make the recommendations where I think we have consensus. That would be a motion we'd do in the last 10 minutes here, but we could keep plowing through here because I think it's been a good discussion. I really appreciate it. I'd like to get to a finishing point before we continue anything if we could. So Amy, you were making a motion to extend, could we
Yes,
say
sir.
till
Yes, yes,
10:30?
yes, sir.
I second
Okay.
that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, in any substitute motions or anything? If not, we'll vote on that. And
Great.
Steve, did you want to comment on it for
I
discussion?
guess is this motion to really try to come to consensus on the items we've already talked about? I don't see how we'll get through the remainder of this ordinance going line by line in the next 30 minutes. I'd like to say we try for the next 15 minutes to come to a consensus on what we've already discussed.
That, I think what I'm saying is we'll spend 15 more minutes and then the last 15 minutes getting the consensus. I've captured, I think, most of them, but we can get them in a motion form. And I think that'll help us have a quick focus start next time. Is that acceptable?
However, Chair, it's a well thought through consensus.
Yeah, well
And
discussed.
the
too.
consensus is not what we're going to be sending to council. This is, seems to me like we are all resigned to the fact that this will be continued.
Okay, my bad, sorry.
Is that correct?
I can only continue if I get a little break right now. I need a couple minutes.
Okay,
Okay.
that's okay. So, motion and second, we'll call a question, then take a 5-minute break.
Okay, Chair
Enough
Ayler?
of that. Okay,
Aye.
cool.
Aye.
Okay, Kevin as aye. Commissioner Flicker
Aye.
and Commissioner Sharon,
Aye.
Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
All right, vote passes unanimously and we'll take a little break.
Okay, 5 to 7-minute break, back at 10 after.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if my camera was going to come back. I think it's wearing out.
Uh-oh. You haven't taken all that pay you get as a planning commissioner and splurged on a new camera?
I thought about it. I mean, it's still working. It'll fail some critical moment, and I'll figure something out. I've got a bunch of antique cameras in a drawer down here.
Yeah.
My next step, actually, I was thinking I've got a set of CCTV cameras from our old surveillance system, and I'm thinking of repurposing one of them because they're great cameras and they've got awesome lenses. And I think webcams are overhyped.
Yeah. You know what I do for a living, right? I do security systems.
Okay.
I've got, I probably have 50 to 100 security cams in and around my house in test. So.
Okay.
Everything from battery operated to Wi-Fi. And
I like my old school DVR chip CCTVs with nice lenses on them. They're not as convenient as everything else, but geez, if you want footage that actually the police can figure out who that was.
Okay.
I'm
think
done.
We've got, if we just get Amy back. I think we're already at 10:15. So I think, why don't we, what were we on page 25?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take a note that we're at page 25 in the walking through. And during the break, I was writing down a series of, and I think it'd be worth doing motions and votes because that's something the council can read for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be in the minutes, easy to read. They don't have to watch 3 hours. And also it's something we could then refer to next time so based on my notes, hang on, I've got one more to write down. Yeah. So I'll propose them if I can get seconds, and then maybe we can just run down a quick vote to make sure I heard everything correctly and we can vote accordingly. I'll start with the easy ones. Fee level of, I don't have Amy yet. So we get Amy.
I'm here. I can't get my video to go.
Well, if you can hear us, you don't necessarily need to see us, but.
Okay, I've been trying to get my video to go and I can't.
You'll just have to speak up if we're not listening well to you. But at this point, I think we move forward with just getting through our decision making, or at least what's the word? Recording what we've done tonight.
Of course.
The first motion I would make is that we recommend a fee level of $25 with a construction cost index modifier as not recommended, mentioned in the KMA report. Do I get a second on that?
If I could make an addition to that, sliding scale was mentioned as.
That was my next one. Yeah. Okay. So we can add.
That was all included in this.
That's fine. I will add to it sliding scale as proposed for 1 to 6 units as proposed in the staff report. Steve, you're muted.
We separate those motions.
Sure.
Do the fee separately and then do the sliding scale and the cost index separately.
That was kind of the menu approach I was going to do, and then so is that okay, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so you'll second the fee at 25 plus the construction cost indexing.
Or did Steve just suggested we look at the costs separate from the.
Is that what you're saying, Steve? Which are you recommending splitting out?
You're still mute.
Yeah, you're muted. You need to unmute.
Do the cost indexing and sliding scale as a separate motion and the fee as a separate motion.
Okay, sorry. Now I understand. Okay, so how about fee at 25? Do I get a second?
I'll second.
Kevin, okay.
Okay, sorry, Bruce. I'm gonna have to record these separately.
That's fine.
Okay.
So I'll let you type your stuff in there.
Okay, so fee at 25, that's Ayler's making the motion,
Doyle,
Doyle second. So I'm gonna look first, and then I'll ask the vote. So Chair Ehlers is a yes.
aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Dalton.
No.
Okay, now, and that the fee level will index with the construction cost indexing. I'll make
Second.
that motion.
I second that.
Okay,
That was Ehlers and Dalton. And I'm sorry, I need to write a little text. What was that you said this one was for?
this is that the fee will have an annual cost escalator based on the CCI. And that's on page 5. This is mentioned on page 51 of the report.
Okay.
If you look
Bruce,
at the report.
Bruce, can we add the sliding scale provisions on this one as well?
Why don't we just do it individually? I think we're going to plow through it quickly.
Okay. So I will call the question for that. That would be Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye. Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Flicker.
I'm so sorry.
Susan and Amy both aye. Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Okay, so that one passes unanimously.
And then the third one would be to implement the sliding scale as staff proposed for units 1 through 6.
I'll second that motion.
Okay,
If I could clarify, that sliding scale is based on the $25 fee?
yes, that's exactly it. So I think it steps up 14%, 28, and I'm not sure how the rounding worked out, but yeah, using that same proportional approach.
Down.
But are we voting on the proportional approach, or we're not voting on the actual fee with that proportion?
We're voting on the proportional approach.
Proportional.
Yeah, and it assumes based on our previous recommendation that it's starting now to 25, but council could change this completely. But as far as I want to get the indication to them of where we are thinking as a group. Are we unanimous mostly, or did it die? Does it die? The motion die? So I think do you have everything there? Go ahead.
Did we ever discuss whether a single family home should be exempted from that? No, my presumption was it would be included. The next one I had up was whether remodels at the first 500 square feet was exempted, and we can talk about whether that's 0 or 1,000 or 500. Fair enough.
Right now, the majority was at, I think it was split 1,500 and one at 0. But right now, I think we have a motion and a second on the table.
Yeah, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
Aye.
and Commissioner Dalton.
No.
Okay. That passes 4-1.
Okay, and we can come back to your question, Steve, too, because I don't know, and I don't know whether we do it tonight, but I just want to get the ones I know we talked about and kind of got consensus, and then I don't want to forget what you said. Let's see. The remodel, for a remodel, I called it et cetera, but I forget, Jennifer, what they were: remodel and replacement.
Model, reconstruction, and additions.
There you go. Exempting the first 500 is what I would propose. I don't know if
I would second that.
okay. And why don't we vote on it and see where it goes, and then we'll decide if we have to do a different one.
Okay, and that was Ehlers and Dalton?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. I'll call the question. Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheridan?
Abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Flicker?
Can I ask for the reading of the question?
Yeah, it was, and Jennifer helped me, remodel, reconstruction.
Sorry, I'm not remodel. It's any new construction or additions with a net increase greater than 500 square feet is the way we discussed it.
Okay, and I think that's the way it is in the document in front of us. And that's what I was proposing.
But that's
Agreed.
what I have a hiccup about. So, okay, I'm gonna say no.
That's why we're here.
Right, and Commissioner
And
Dalton?
quick question about abstaining. I believe our bylaws say that is actually a vote with the majority.
Yes.
Yes.
So, and you're okay. I just want to make sure, Susan, you're okay with that, or
I'm okay with that. I'll go with the majority.
Okay.
Okay, but just for the record, when you abstain, you've got to have a basis for that. And then if you abstain, it is recorded as a yes vote for the majority. So.
Okay.
And my basis for it would be that I could see it either way. And I'd rather go with the majority at this point.
Okay.
And then
Fair enough. And these are just recommendations, and it shows we're split. And that's why I wanted to get this information captured. Plus, we can look back to it when we forget in 2 or 4 weeks, whenever we get back to this. The next one was a little harder. It's the R30 inclusionary. And my proposal would be 25% very low and 25% low.
Bruce, sorry, just to go back a second. I hadn't called Commissioner Dalton yet for.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. So Commissioner Dalton?
Aye. I thought I seconded it. Isn't that a vote for it?
You
No.
did, I think just for the record.
No, truth be told, you can second things you plan to vote no on. That's good old democracy and work and parliamentary procedure.
Okay, we can go on.
Yeah. So I'll make a motion for R30 inclusionary at 25 very low and 25 low.
Is that the proper ratio you were looking at? It's usually,
I would entertain other ones.
well, I mean, it was 10 and 15, 10 very low, 15 low. I'm just want to make sure that you didn't misspeak.
Correct.
You know, looking at we're talking the R30 only and the greater, and the question is, you know, I've seen.
Oh, I'm
other,
sorry, this was R30.
Yeah. I mean, we could do the citywide first if that'd be easier, but let's do the R30. Wrote it down that way.
Do we have a second for that?
I don't know.
I'm not sure what the motion is.
The motion was for R30 only, that 25% very low and 25% low.
And quick question, do you mean 50% total?
Yep, I mean 50% total.
I'll second.
Okay.
All right, and I'll call the vote. Chair Ehlers?
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker? Oh, sorry, did I say that twice? And Commissioner Dalton?
No.
Okay, so that passes 4-1.
Okay, now let's talk citywide. Let me find my notes. I'm going to break this into 2 and do one that the rental and owner ratios should be the same. I think that's an easy one. I think we were absolutely unanimous on that.
I'll second that.
Okay, Chair Ehlers?
Yes?
Vice Chair Doyle?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheridan?
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker?
Aye.
And Commissioner Dalton?
Aye.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
Mr. Chairman, if just wanted to clarify that last motion, citywide for rental and ownership. I didn't hear a percentage.
That's right. The concept was that whatever it is, it's the same. And we had strong agreement on that. And I just wanted to capture that for the city council and for our discussions next time.
When you say the same as staff recommended, because there was
No.
a different percentage.
No, that whatever they get set at in the next motion, the next round is to figure out the number. But I know it's unanimous we all went through the logic and we decided, there was a lot of value in keeping them the same rental and owner. And we had some small arguments that said, owner, if we prefer owners, this happens. And if we prefer give preferential treatment to rentals, this happens. And then we all kind of went, no, yeah, keep them the same. And now for the citywide inclusionary, I would recommend adopting the 10 and 15%, make a motion of recommending to the council they adopt the 10, 15 and 20%. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. 15 and 20% as shown in the staff report. And that would apply to both owner and rental.
I'll second that.
It's 20 and 15, right? The way it's worded.
20 for low and 15 for very low.
Yeah.
So it's as per staff recommendation.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker. I'm sorry, what was that?
Aye.
Oh, okay. And Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Okay, that vote.
And I didn't catch who seconded that one.
That was Kevin.
Okay. Okay. And let's see, the next one I have is, and now I'm catching up. I didn't get everything done on. Let's see, last one I had was the 2000 limit. It's 30.41.060A4. And that's basically the limiting the inclusionary to 2,000 max, but it has to be at least 75%. And the motion I would make there is to clarify the wording of that item to better reflect the current interpretation as described by Roy on the tape.
I'd second that.
Okay.
Okay. So, Ehlers, Dalton. Sorry, there's a lot of clicks.
That's okay. Because I'm writing notes down too.
Okay,
I
great.
need time.
All right, so Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
No.
okay, Commissioner Flicker,
No.
and Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
Okay, that passes 3-2.
Now, was there any others that I missed?
Yeah.
Bring them up. No.
Yeah. So there was the second vote that we took. Hello?
Yeah.
We're all
Okay.
listening.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
The second vote that we took, I was a nay for, but didn't get counted. So can we please record that as such? Thank you.
Let me go.
And I think that probably already got recorded, but good.
No. Right.
No, I'm sorry. The vote, I should say the vote got recorded by Dina. She may not have gotten your vote though.
Yeah.
So we'll
Well, I'm
correct
with
that.
Commissioner Dalton on that. And so my vote didn't get recorded as such. And so I want to be on record.
Okay, and that was the fee at 25, correct?
Thank you.
Okay, I will change that.
Okay.
Okay.
So, in our last minute or two here, any direction that we need, any additional information we need to finish this up next time? because we really do want to finish it up. I'm sure we all want to do that. I appreciate all the good discussion, though. I think it's a little harder not being in the same room, but I think we had a good discussion tonight.
And I think this will go quicker next time. I mean, we spent a lot of time working on discussing some pretty weighty issues early on. And
exactly. I think for the record, Dina, I'll reopen the public hearing.
Sure.
Because we've run into that problem before, and we've had some pretty deep discussions that may elicit public input.
Okay.
But,
do we need a
Roy
motion to continue?
yeah, I was going to ask Roy for what does our schedule look like, and you know, is it a 2-week thing? I don't think there's a lot for staff to do here. Can we do it in the next meeting? I know we want to get it to council by May.
Jennifer, just wanted to check in, and that's something we can bring back on the 1st or the 18th. I'm sorry, or the 15th. You're muted.
Sorry, I was looking at my calendar.
And the reason being is we have the housing element going to city council on the 7th. So prepping for the 1st, that's the only concern I have. So push it out to the 4th or the 15th, if that's preference.
We can always do it to the 4th and then continue it if that turns out to be inconvenient. Right now, all we're doing is trying to notice a date certain to something.
Either day, the April the 1st or April the 15th are the 2 planning commission dates. Either date is fine. If it's April 1st, then my staff report is due next Thursday.
I mean,
what I would suggest is let's push it on to the 14th or
Okay.
the 15th. I'm sorry.
Okay, 15th of April. So
No. Tax day. Oh,
no, hey,
not this
tax
year.
day's been pushed back till May 17th.
Exactly.
Hey, everybody. Oh, God. Jeez.
May
Louise,
17th.
you guys are just like so bad. Oh.
So I'll make a motion to continue this item, date certain, to April 15th.
Second.
Any discussion?
Chair Ehlers,
Aye.
Vice Chair Doyle,
Aye.
Commissioner Sherrod,
Aye.
Commissioner Flicker,
With some ha ha ha. Yes. Aye.
and Commissioner Dalton.
Aye.
All right. That vote
And Amy, I thought it was better than April Fool's Day, so just so you know.
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. So future agenda items to be added by planning commissioners. Are there any items planning commissioners which wish to add to a future meeting? Boy, I'm getting tongue tied. Amy?
Commissioner Doyle, do we want to give an update at all about?
Yeah,
or,
Well, we only have a couple of minutes here, but so we've been meeting. We've met. This is the Lacoste ad hoc joint ad hoc subcommittee. We have now roped in Brian Grover from Traffic and Public Safety. We've had several meetings. We've met with well, first we strategized ourselves, but we met with Roy and Lillian and Ed Wimmer. We had basically a who's who of who's who. It was it's a tricky piece. I mean, right now the staff is juggling 9 very, very large projects. Might have been 10, but it's so they were not enthused about yet another streetscape. It was pointed out to us that the circulation element is a major piece that it's been approved by council and is moving forward. I had a telephone conversation with one of our council members, Tony Krantz, yesterday, and he was pointing out that there was possibility we can kind of focus a portion of the circulation element, kind of accelerate the Northwest Leucadia area. It's been called out several times now. And so I think Amy and I and Brian Grover will have to get together and meet on this. But I think when we come up to the CIP, we're going to actually push for that option. We want this to go forward as a CIP item, but as part of the circulation element. So we're going to ask for focus on that. We were also offered some discretionary funds if we want to kind of do some outreach to let people in Leucadia know just what all is happening up in La Costa and all around it. I mean, it's not just the pieces, it's not just the hotels and the housing complexes. Ed Wimmer had there's apparently some really innovative ideas to get people over the tracks. I know I had a flashback to the Las Vegas Sky Bridge, but there was some discussion of bringing in a prefab concrete pedestrian bridge to go alongside the existing railroad bridge, something they could pretty much just drop in place. And there are solutions, and I think we just need to keep the pressure on so that so we move forward on this. I don't know if I really getting an artist to draw a little picture of this thing, getting too deep into the outreach. I'm not sure if that's exactly where we want to go as a commission, but it's still in process, and I wish I had a more detailed report for you.
Okay. Amy, did you have something?
Do you want to?
She did
Oh,
great.
yeah, the hand's up there. So any other planning commissioner reports? I think we bumped ahead an item. If not, city planner reports and planning commission follow-up log, Roy?
Yeah, just one follow-up, just to follow up on that report by Commissioner Doyle. The council strategic goal setting CIP session is scheduled for April 14th.
Oh.
So I would like to coordinate with Commissioner Doyle and Commissioner Flicker on bringing forward an item on the 1st regarding that particular item, so that you have some direction on the 1st before that strategic goal setting session with the city council on the 14th.
Okay, good.
Okay, and I picked up from Jennifer that makes the deadline next Thursday.
For the first,
right?
yes.
Yep.
Actually, the deadline should, yes, Thursday. Yep.
Yep, I'm learning how things work here.
Good. Okay, if there's nothing else, thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying late, and I now adjourn this meeting to our next regular planning commission meeting of April 1st, 2021 at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Good night.